Okay, we're live, so be good. Okay, call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that we live and work in Mi'kmaq. As the steward of the ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people, we are all treaty people. I don't have any changes to the agenda. Does anybody else?
I'd just like to make a few general comments at the end of the meeting, please.
Tom, general comments. Oh, I guess that's all right.
Actually, you know what, I think I will. I'm just going to comment about the board's meeting, Larry, just as a comment. Thank you.
Okay, any other changes? Somebody want to move the approval as amended?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Public input. Each person is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes, with the entire public input session not exceeding 15 minutes. Each person must state their name and address. Questions or comments are to be directed to the chair, and comments are open to any municipal matter. So does anybody wish to speak? Come on up.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Christina Nickel, 152 Central Street, Chester. I'm speaking as a resident and as the most recent volunteer director of the Zoe Valley Library. I ask that this statement be entered into the public record of this meeting. My correspondence appears later in this morning's agenda. It sets out evidence arising from my self-initiated FOIPOP findings that the Zoe Valley Library RFP process was compromised. Confidential in-camera information was improperly shared with an RFP respondent, as reflected in a November 2025 email. A South Shore Public Libraries letter, despite the author's written request that it be deleted and destroyed, remained within an evaluated RFP respondent's submission. Council contemplated a public forum, but that forum did not occur after an RFP respondent declined to take part, rather than have the Commission speak for itself and its proposal in public. Even though its RFP proposal and the costs of moving its offices were being underwritten by taxpayer dollars, your constituents. Further records indicate that this same RFP respondent kept its own constituents out of the preparation and submission of its RFP proposal, although the Commission is an arm of local government, not a private body. No public explanation has been provided for the absence of a public forum, despite extensive correspondence received by this council and clear calls from constituents for a democratic opportunity for the matter to be publicly examined. Taken together, this documentation calls into question the integrity of the RFP process and the decision arising from it. I am therefore calling on Council to initiate an independent review of that process and of whether that decision, including the present stewardship of the Zoe Valley Library, can withstand public scrutiny when FOIPOP records clearly indicate otherwise. If Council chooses not to address these failures, that decision will also form part of the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, any particular questions or comments? If not, it is on the agenda a bit later, so we'll deal with it all together. Anyone else wish to speak that doesn't have an appointment? Oh, okay. Minutes of the previous meeting, March the 26th, errors or omissions.
I'll move we approve the minutes.
Seconder? Seconded, moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Proclamations and designations, I'm not familiar with any. No? Okay. Committee reports, Lunenburg County Senior Safety, Councillor Connors.
Thank you. Monthly report circulated with the package. I would certainly welcome any questions or observations. Business as usual. I know you receive this each month.
Yeah.
We do have a senior safety academy planned this time around in New Germany. We do move those around. They have been throughout the county in many rural areas. Not that New Germany is rural, no different than New Ross or Blandford or and the like, but we do move them around. So if there's any questions, but if not, again, just sharing it with everybody.
Information.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
Thank
No? Okay, thank you. Bill Church, on up.
He's got many people. Oh, here's Vanessa.
Brought all your kids with you.
Well, it was quite important, so many people wanted to be involved.
No,
Anyway.
that's good.
Good morning. I'm Bill Church, Chair of Church Memorial Park. I'm accompanied by Dan McDougall. He's our treasurer.
Where's he
Vanessa's-
from?
Pardon? I think he lives up in Haddon Hill when he's not in Cape Breton. And Vanessa Stevens, she's our complex manager. This is Scott Milner. He's the president of our curling club. Ashley Lee, he's a member of the curling club, but also on our board of directors. We still have some, I don't know. Well, I guess that's everybody.
No.
They're all here.
Ashley.
Yep, you did introduce last year. We, I guess, prepared a bit of a presentation, I guess, mostly Dan, and I contributed a little. Anyway, I'll get Dan to start and go through this, and as you can see, there's enough of us here to try to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan, if you'd like to start.
Sure. Good morning, council. Thanks so much for seeing us again. I think this is actually feeling really positive about where we are with the roof structure. We've been here a few times before you, and I think we're actually coming down what we think is a really good solution for the project. But we just wanted to make sure that it was set in the right context. I know you recall a few years ago you provided some funding for us to do a facility needs assessment. Yeah. And it was that needs assessment that contributed to where we are today and looking at the potential for a new recreation complex. So just wanted to make sure that we're here only to talk about the roof. You'll see in the first slide that when we did the facility condition assessment, it was examined pretty closely, and the folks looked at all the components of the facility and evaluated good, fair, poor, or critical. The roof was one that was in the poor condition, but there were many other components. So if you support the project that we're asking you to support today, that does not create a facility where all the capital needs are resolved. Far from it. On the first slide, just listed all the major components that were identified in either poor or critical conditions. Just want to, I know with the manager here now, just to make sure you understand that we're constantly in a break-fix kind of operational mode. We do create a capital plan and identify priorities, but inevitably every year something breaks down and the manager and staff attention has to be focused on things that are broken rather than a long-range capital plan. So just wanted to set that context. Next, yeah, thanks very much. So in that feasibility assessment, there was, I think, a 25 to 30-year capital plan created based on the evaluation. And in the first 5 years, there was an estimate of around $9 million. The roof was $4 million. Now, the folks that did the feasibility assessment didn't do a deep dive into the roof. They had conversations with Wood Research, who was looking at solutions at that time. So the $4 million estimate, not clear exactly what that entails, but it's certainly a much larger number than the $600,000 that we have identified now. So potentially there's significant savings with the current solution that was proposed. The other projects that were listed, including things like the shell projects, that would be things like the cladding, lots of interior projects, our doors, some of our door systems are failing, restrooms, stairs, etc. The 25-year plan was an estimate of $17.6 million. So if you added each of the 5 years up together, that was the total. Yeah. That total was then taken to identify what a base retrofit project was. So instead of doing all of those projects over 25 years, you'd do them all at once. The reason that number was $21 million is you add on design, engineering, project management, etc. That's where the $21 million came from. Important to understand, though, that a base retrofit project is really the same facility with no program enhancement. So a base retrofit project wouldn't have included expansion of the hockey rink, wouldn't have included increase in the dressing rooms, both number and size, wouldn't include warm spaces that were identified and seating capacity. That was included in a kind of a second option for this facility that was estimated around a $35 million. So just I thought there's been some time that has passed. Wanted to make sure council had a good context for the decision. This is only about the roof. It's not about all those other components. In terms of at least most recent funding from government, I say probably over the last 5 years is about as how far back I've looked. Next slide, please. The District of Chester has provided about $250,000 specifically for the roof project, contributed to a repair that we did in 2023. Last year you provided $150,000 for roof monitoring equipment and some monthly monitoring costs. And this year some additional support related to roof monitoring. The province has contributed about $500,000, a little over $500,000 for the roof project in current times. So in terms of the project estimate, I think we've sent that letter from you from our structural engineer. Campbell and Comeau has done the work. So they've identified steel trusses as the solution that would be epoxy coated. So there's 9 frames in the hockey rink that would be upgraded, and there's 7 in the curling rink. The cost estimate included material, labor, supplies, surveying, equipment, and contingency. The total for the curling rink around $200,000 and the hockey rink around $400,000 for a total of around $600,000. Just wanted to note that this doesn't include upgrades to the purlins. The purlins are the frames, the wood that goes from 90 degrees between the trusses. So that's not necessary for kind of roof integrity, but it may be necessary in the future. For example, if there was a business case for a solar project, you'd likely have to increase the purlins. So that might be a factor behind the $4 million estimate versus where we are today. The next slide is just a diagram to show you how kind of the steel trusses would crisscross. And essentially, it's a truss underneath a truss. And I forget the exact number, Bill might recall, but it substantially increases the strength of the roof, and we've been I guess assured that we would no longer have to monitor the roof, that it would meet the current building code requirements for snow, for loading on the roof. So that's what it would look like, and we don't see that that's going to, the location of those trusses is not going to compromise curling or hockey uses. I think Bill had looked at the location of some of the other items, maybe speakers hanging from the hockey rink, and the steel trusses would be no lower than existing things from the roof. So in terms of funding, Church Park is proposing $100,000. We have other grant funding that we would use. We would say if the project was done this summer, we'd save at least $25,000 in monitoring costs that we would deploy for this project, and would find an additional $20,000 in revenue for the project. In terms of the provincial government, they have a rink revitalization fund that closed. It closes on February 14th, so we can't apply for this summer. We could wait and apply next year. The maximum funding that the province provides is $150,000, and that's rarely provided. So not sure how much optimism we should have about achieving that level of funding next year. So we're looking for really the council for the balance of funding. In terms of project benefits, one of the things that's constantly on the minds of the board members, I'd say pretty well every meeting, if not every meeting, we're talking about the roof. We know that there's a risk with it. Every time there's snow or wind, I know that there's probably some restless sleep for board members for fear of general failure of the roof system. So the current methodology is significantly lower. Is it 3.4? It could be 3.4 million lower, but it's definitely exponentially lower than other solutions that we've looked at. It would eliminate closure requirements, and I know you're familiar with the closure requirements. They're listed there: a foot of snow in the curling rink and 2 feet on the hockey rink, in addition to wind speeds exceeding 70. So if this project occurred, we would no longer have encumbrance on use of the facility. It would increase community and user group confidence in the facility. And probably increase the potential for new users and potentially returning events. So we've spoken to you about some user groups not wanting to book the facility because they couldn't be sure that they could hold their event. So I know that's certainly the case for the curling activities. And we also think it would result in increased revenue, which would support the viability of all the groups. Would eliminate annual roof monitoring costs somewhere between $25,000 and $40,000, depending on the months that we monitor. The equipment that we've installed still has some small costs if we're not monitoring. But we would have to decide if we're monitoring, November, December, the months that we would be monitoring. So the savings is in that ballpark. Upgrading the facility would also support future uses of the facility. So, we're just about ready to start the engagement process, and I know the board is keen on looking for sustainable and complementary uses. So what can this facility provide along with a new recreation complex? And how can we make those sustainable? Is it indoor courts? Is it indoor turf? Perhaps it's a performance space, there could be economic benefit, so just really keen to, the board is really keen to dive in and participate in this planning process along with the new recreation complex. And I think if the roof met the loading requirements, there could be potential for solar installations if there's a business case to reduce electricity costs. And some of you may have seen the Sackville Arena recently did a major solar project and significant savings in their electrical, their bottom line. It would also maintain and protect the value of that property. It's still a pretty significant facility, regardless of what the future use is. Facility with a compromised roof would benefit from this project. So we certainly looked at our request to council is to commit funding up to $500,000 for the repair. I think we'd like to do it as soon as we possibly can. Campbell Comeau would help us with the tendering, bid evaluation and project management process. So I think they're pretty well ready to go with us. We certainly thought about the option to delay the project. There's concerns with that. There's no guarantee of potential for provincial funding. There's potential for inflationary cost increases, and we wouldn't save monitoring costs immediately. And, I suppose there's an option to phase it as well, do one rink at a time, perhaps the curling rink first, because it has the more significant conditions. But there's significant mobilization and demobilization costs. So for the price that we've seen, if that can be realized in the marketplace, we think the solution is to get at it and to fix the roof. So thank you very much, Council. Bill, perhaps there's something I've missed, or?
Nope, you covered it very well. If you have any questions, we kind of grilled the engineers as a board of trustees. We've asked questions for probably a half hour, and we think we can answer questions if you have them. If you have questions, please ask.
So just lifespan, what's it mean in terms of lifespan before?
He said that the fix, I guess, or the repair, or installing these would completely eliminate the possibility of rafter failure. If one of those wooden laminated beams would completely delaminate, the support that's been added to it would still support the rink and meet code, even if one of those beams completely delaminated. These would be installed on every rafter set in the rink, not just the ones that have been identified as being weak. They're installed that way so that the whole roof now would meet current code instead of, just upgrading the ones that were identified as weak.
Okay. Anyone, questions, comments? No? Oh, yes, sorry.
Thank you. That's okay, thank you. I appreciate you recognizing that this is roof-specific, and the reference to, that doesn't negate other challenges and other capital needs and so on. Could you expand on that just a little bit, just so I can get my head around it, if you will, just very simple language? If this is what we're looking at this particular year, not saying that you're going to be back here next year for another particular special project, I'm not saying that at all, but that could be. So what might be on the horizon for other strong capital needs next year, the year after, and so on?
Well, I'll tackle that. I think, it's when the board saw the facility condition assessments and looked at those numbers, that there was debate and discussion about what's next. And that's when the board passed the motion to ask council to explore a new recreation complex. And so while that's underway, I think essentially what we've decided is we'll fix what is essential to fix, and wait to see what the outcome is of the new recreation planning.
where we go.
Yeah, because I think we thought that, you know, a $22 or $23 million project, probably money could be better spent potentially on a new facility. Particularly because of the citizen survey that identified other program uses. So I think probably we're really keen to see what comes of the planning and what's to be included in a new recreation complex. And then when we know what the future looks like, then you can, I think, probably establish a path forward for what the other repair looks like. But we certainly want to make sure that things like the ice plant and the ice resurfacer, building safety, those kinds of things are attended to. Don't know if that's answered your, yeah.
The ice resurfacer would be probably something that in the near future we need to replace.
Yeah, because no matter what path we go down, it's going to take a multitude of years.
You're going, and we're having an annual, I guess, annual maintenance costs on that resurfacer we have now. We're in the around 40,000 a year to maintain it. So replacing it
Might make more
is
sense.
starting to make a lot of sense. And it's a lot of frustration too. We need to borrow a resurfacer from Lunenburg when ours is down getting repairs or waiting for parts. So that's a machine that I think would be next on the list for replacing.
If I just could thank, just speaking for Vanessa, I know that was by far her highest priority for this year because of the impact, you know, a poor performing ice resurfacer has on operations and uses. But they're probably in the $250,000 range. We weren't optimistic that we would obtain $150,000 funding from the provincial revitalization program. But it was also a priority because we knew a ice resurfacer could drive up to a new facility.
Yeah,
So
you'd
it would
still
be
be able to
money
use it.
well spent. It could be deployed for many years in any facility. So we're mindful of what we spend money on, but the roof for sure is one that we think is critical. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. Thank you again for this presentation. I want to start by complimenting you, board and management, for what I hear from community members that use it as a very positive year, which started off with many challenges and had many challenges. I think as a counselor, and I hope that council is in the same view as I am, money is tight right now. We're getting crunched everywhere, and we're going to really have to look at what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Yeah.
I like the idea that you're looking at the options, because the $4 million just scares the crap out of you and every other number, but this is realistic. I appreciate that you're going to have to prioritize some things. You know, you're going to have to realize the things that you desperately need. Yeah, we maybe can help, but we may have to look at things totally different. And I'm hearing from our community, you know, they're concerned about the cost of potentially a new facility, which I understand, but we want to get ahead of the ball that we don't lose in years to come, that we pay more and more and more. That facility is old. That facility is starting to show its wear and tear. The floor's been replaced at least once in the rink, and there's been issues everywhere else. So I know we have to look at the realities of the future and what we have now. And like other counselors that I've shared this with, we need to keep this open and keep it going, but we have to very tightly watch what we're spending the money on. I like your explanation. You can drive the Zamboni to another facility. The
Yeah.
other things you have to look at and see what you're doing, because again, everything is getting tight. So thank you again, and I look forward to seeing how we can communicate and make this work when we need to. Thank you.
Okay, Gina?
I think I know the answer, but just again for clarification, you referenced the provincial funding rink revitalization program a couple of times. Is it generally maximum $100,000 per applicant, per proponent, per organization, per facility? You mentioned it twice. You mentioned it with this project, but then also with the resurfacing machine. Can we only apply to the province as an applicant once per fiscal year, or are there separate pockets of monies that might be available provincially for those two separate items? Resurfacer and roof?
We were allowed to apply once a year
Once a year.
for one project.
Yep, that's what I thought, okay, I
And
just wanted to make
the
sure.
maximum they would supply is 150.
Yeah, maximum.
However, no one's ever got
Yeah,
150.
I realize that, yeah, no. And also too, just as a comment, it gives me a chance to say this, because Dan, you had mentioned around the multipurpose facility, recreation and administration facility, gives me a chance to give a shout out to say, please, anyone who would like to have input and turn out to those open houses. I know that the team with the committee and the staff are really, and you're very well aware, but again, gives me a chance to plug it, right? So pay attention to when those come through the mail and emails in terms of the organizations that are receiving direct invitations, as well as just generally open houses for people, and we need to hear what people want to see in this facility. Again, I'm not taking away from your project, sorry, right? But no, thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Hey, any other questions, comments? Well, you know that we're talking about budget. It's a little bit later on today, so this will be part of that discussion.
Hey,
Okay.
Thank you
take
very
care.
much for your
Thank you.
time.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry.
Sorry again.
I didn't see his light on.
Thanks for the presentation. I just rolling some things around in my head. Has there ever been like, God forbid if something were to happen to rink tomorrow when it burned down? And I'm just, no, but what I'm saying is that, is there a contingency to say, well, okay, we're gonna have to move minor hockey to LCLC, Hammond's Plains? Has anything like that been done to your knowledge?
Well, when we had a shutdown, and we had a shutdown because of the original roof disaster, the minor hockey continued, but some went to Windsor, some went to St. Margaret's Bay, some went to Bridgewater, some went to Lunenburg.
Okay.
And they dispersed sort of
Wherever they
naturally.
could find.
The issue was getting them back, and it took a long time to get them back. In fact, our minor hockey is still only up to 115 players, where we were previously close to 200. So we're still haven't recovered them all that we had, but that would be the contingency.
That would be, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that, you know, I'm looking at, you know, the money that you're looking to spend and,
Yeah.
you know, anyway, thank you very much. Thank you.
Andre?
Well, this is a very difficult one for non-hockey people because, you know, there's not a lot of emotion in it. And, you know, if you hung around long enough, you'd find that we're looking at the potential of like tax rate increases this year, and we're trying to see where we can reduce expense to try to satisfy the budget and not inflict that. And economically, of course, our residents we're in challenging times, we'll just say that. I think I've been critical in the past because usually when you show up, there's new expenses and so far, because probably due to the nature of what you're dealing with, you've been sort of unable to forecast those expenses. And here again, we have another ask of $500,000. Not this, I think it was one of the biggest ones so far. And you know, prior to this presentation, there was no idea it was coming, and I'm not sure what the next one will be, if it's going to be an ice resurfacer or some other issue, because as you rightly said, you guys are in a break-fix mode right now. It's difficult because your user base, you know, in terms of the population of our municipality is very small, you know. So when we're putting, you know, sometimes over a 5-year period up to $1 million or more into one particular program, and it has such a small user base, we have to factor that in. We have to think about that hard, about whether we want to continue to do that. And it's more frustrated by the discussion we're having to the side, which is completely relevant, of building a completely new facility. And I recognize that we could continue to do the monitoring and it might be a lower cost, especially this is like a one-shot hit of $500,000 to our budget wherever we get it from. We're not really sure where all this is going to go, and there are so many different paths in terms of what, like we don't even today we don't really know. Like we saw a bit of a list here of up to $22 million of upgrades that you sort of can anticipate if we were going to continue to keep the facility running. But what is going to be the next emergency upgrade that you're going to, is the ice resurfacer going to blow up and we're going to be next year talking about $250,000 that, because your user base is so small that you can't, anything that happens, it comes to us. And the province is running a $1.2 billion deficit. They're not going to be a likely good partner, and so here we are. And you know, I want you to know that this is no slam dunk. That I think there's going to be a real discussion in the next few hours here about what we're going to support and what we're not going to support, because there are people really struggling that this is going to directly affect them. People that will never set foot in your facility. So, just wanted to say those words before you go.
Okay. Thank you. People that don't set foot in there, you know, there are still people that benefit from the facility even though they don't go in there. There's spin-offs for people and teams that come to use the facility. They buy gas, they buy food, they spend time and money in the municipality when they're here. The facility is not just for hockey and curling. When we're fortunate enough to have a movie program or a TV series or whatever in the facility, it brings a lot of people to the community. They stay here and they spend a lot of money while they're here. And to make sure this facility is safe year-round would assist us in bringing those type of people here. They have the same concerns too about the facility stability. So there are other, I guess, uses for the buildings than just hockey and curling, although those are certainly the root, you know, the anchors to the facility. But off-season, we would certainly like the facility to be secure enough so that we can heavily promote more off-season programs too.
Yeah, and then you touched on complementary uses and the future of the facility if we were to go with a new recreation complex or whatever, which would obviously reach more people because it'll offer more services.
Right.
Running a more complex facility is going to require staff at a higher level than we've ever seen here in this municipality. It'll be probably very similar to maybe the LCLC, maybe depending if there's a pool or whatever. But you know, it's going to be, there's going to be an impact operationally that we don't have now because it's going to require more funds just to operate it. A discussion we haven't had prior to this meeting is whether we would ever entertain running multiple facilities at once, even if you could have like a field house or something like that. Sure, those are wonderful ideas, but that's something philosophically we need to discuss because, you know, we're going to be already asking, if we proceed with a new facility, we are going to be asking those residents to support that and then on top of it maintain that. This older facility, I got a feeling that conversation is not going to go well. So the idea of having two, I think, well, I won't be in favor of it unless somebody tells me something that's shocking about how it's going to self-support. I just can't imagine that we'd be able to increase the burden on our taxpayer for the new rec complex and then continue to support the old one, especially if we're in this, you know, investment phase of $20 million. It just, and whatever retrofits are required to make it amenable to the new uses, whatever they happen to be. So that's a whole discussion that I think we should have sooner rather than later, about like visioning how this is all gonna play out. And I understand the arguments of spin-off and, you know, that this isn't just a little island by itself. But there is a sort of bang for your buck kind of situation we have to assess, you know, in terms of when we invest $500,000 this year, who knows what next year, and we continue on, what it is that, with the value we get for it, because we can put those monies other places and also get bang for our bucks here.
Yeah.
And so we have to be cognizant of that. I think that if I'm being honest, and maybe it's situational, you guys have done a poor job of preparing us for what's coming next. It's the exact criticism I gave you last time you came and asked for money and said, if you don't give us money, we're done in a week or 2 weeks or whatever it was last time. We don't have any opportunity to plan in advance for what the next thing is gonna be. And so it's $500,000 this year. You're gonna come looking for operational money just to operate through the year. There's gonna be a new capital thing next year, no doubt. We don't know what it is right now. We're gonna find out last minute. And, you know, we need to do a better job, guys, of preparing for this. Because it's always one thing after another, and it's like an old car, it's an old building, that, you know, something breaks and you're trying to determine whether you should get a new car or continue fixing it. And we have no idea how to forecast that. I hope that there's some way that you can anticipate. If you know there's an ice resurfacer that's on its last legs, let's hear about that. If there's something else, if there's something in the plant that's probably at the end of life, let's talk about that. You think you're gonna have something in the plant that's gonna go down in 5 years? Let's talk about that, because it's just always last minute asks, and it's impossible for us to plan for it here. And, you know, we're struggling to continue to hold the tax rate.
Hey, Tina, you're done? Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing simple.
No.
Okay, Diane. On up.
Is this okay here and here?
Yeah, just.
Money?
Thank you.
Oh, it's inside. It's inside.
It's a gift card to Tim Hortons.
That was when we had money.
Before they cut 150,000 runs in.
It's for you, Marilyn. Do you have a pen?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a tough crowd because it's, here we are. Okay. Thank you, Warden Weber, Deputy Warden Vino, Councillor Asa, Councillor Church, Councillor Connors, Councillor Coolin, and Councillor Bremner. I'm Diane Weber, and this is Penny, some familiar faces to a lot of you around this table. And thank you for this opportunity for us to speak to you today. Unlike the last one, we are here on behalf of the New Ross Family Resource Center. Today, we had a PowerPoint presentation, but I guess it's not there, so that's fine. So I won't be pointing to pictures. I sent it late because but anyway, it's all good. We'll talk about what we know. Today, I'd like to take a few moments to share the impact our work and reflect on 29 years of partnership with this municipality. During this time, we have supported families, caregivers, and children by providing programs, resources, and a welcoming space where people can connect, learn, and thrive. Every day, we see the difference that early support and strong community connections make, and that work has been made possible in part through the municipality's ongoing support. Our story began back in 1997. I see some new councillors here, so I feel that the importance of going back so you can see how far we've come together. A group of dedicated volunteers came together with a vision to create a permanent home for the New Ross preschool. So that was the first vision. How it started. And establish a family resource center. With permission from the municipality of Chester, we were able to use and renovate the former New Ross Elementary School, leasing it for $1 a year. So that'd be the little old schoolhouse in behind the consolidated school. Through volunteer effort, fundraising, and grant writing, the vision became a reality, and the preschool opened in February 1997, alongside space for Family Resource Center programming. Fun fact, one of the first programs that started in the building at that time was blood collection, and 29 years later, that still exists in our community, providing in-home blood collection and on-site collection every 2 weeks. Over the years, we've continued to grow through strong partnerships, and in 2004, we opened our fitness center with support from the municipality, the province, and community health partners. That provided an opportunity for people to join the gym and work out, and again, another step forward to meeting the needs of our community. And then in 2008, we contribute to the development of the New Ross Recreation Complex, which was in collaboration with the New Ross Consolidated School, health organizations, and the municipality through their community coordinator. So at that time, Rabia Hutt was the community coordinator with the municipality and worked out of the center, and her and I together collaborated and did a lot of the work towards that. Sharon Church was part of the school board, I think at that time, and was very instrumental in getting the grant application brought to light, and it was approved, and it was over, I think, close to a $400,000 project. And with that, it provided all the outdoor equipment around the school that is still being used today, and especially, because again, my heart's always going to go back to the preschool, now daycare. The little elementary school is used by the school, it's used by the pre-primary, and it's also used by the daycare children. So it's so delightful to look out the window and see how these opportunities way back in 2008 still continue to serve our community. These partnerships have allowed us to expand and respond to the evolving needs of our community. So with this, So with the support from the Department of Community Services, now the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, and the 2014 increase in funding under Premier Stephen McNeil, we were able to expand programming while maintaining the services that make our center unique. As part of our grant application, we ensured strong alignment with municipalities' strategic priorities, strong communities, strategic growth, and active and healthy living. Our work clearly reflects these priorities. For example, food security initiatives such as the New Ross Community Food Project. And again, I had the letter, the MLA, Hugh McKay, from where he had recognition in the House for that opportunity. That was when Leanne Webb worked for us, and with her dietitian background, she was able to bring so many food initiatives to the community, and had many opportunities to work with community members and partners to bring programming to our community. And these are just a few examples of the many programs and services we have delivered over the years. Our application outlines not only our alignment, but also the meaningful impact our center continues to have within the community. It also highlights our demonstrated capacity to deliver. We are supported by a dedicated and experienced staff. Without their commitment and hard work, these successes would not be possible. In fact, our staff has secured 3 funding opportunities for this oncoming fiscal, and the one would be Feeding Communities funding. We were able to secure $10,000 for hot meals and to put food into the community cupboard. The New Horizons for seniors, we were able to receive $21,500 for the Wise Wednesdays. We received that last year, so that program, which supports seniors, will continue for this next fiscal. And then the United Way, and they supplied money, $15,000 for 2 consecutive years, providing nutritious food, cooking supplies, ingredients, and workshop resources. So we have funding to support programs which would fall outside of our OSD contract. And yet, despite this momentum, we are facing a significant challenge. Following the letter dated February 24th, 2026, indicating the removal of 100% of our funding from the Department of Opportunities and Social Development for this coming fiscal. We are now in a position where we require additional support to sustain our operations. This impact of loss is immediate and real. Our center is home.
170,000?
It was 175,000, and that had increased over the years, yes. Our home is a center to the daycare, which is, it started as 12 spaces and now is expanded to 15 full spaces, as well as our after-school program. This year it's supporting 18 families and 23 children. These are not optional services. They are essential to families in our community and to the overall health and sustainability of New Ross. We have taken our responsibility as stewards of this building very seriously and remain deeply committed to continuing to serve our community. And again, the pictures, we had found old pictures of when we started renovating back in 1997. We had just moved to New Ross, my husband, my kids, like we were all in the trenches, and you know, we've replaced windows in the building, and here's the old picture, and now it's all painted new and new windows, and again, just a sense of pride for what we've been able to work towards together. So in closing, we are proud of what we have built together over the past 29 years, and we are respectfully asking for your support through this year's budget grant process to help us sustain our operations and continue providing these essential services. With your support, we can ensure the families in our community continue to have a place to turn to that is important, and that this important work continues into the future. Thank you for your time, your past support, and your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all you do for the community. Yep. I just assumed, Tina, you would.
And I'm assuming there might be others, so I didn't want to go first, so. We will be having a hearty discussion later on. Again, you were here to sit in with the previous presenter. And we do have an annual budgeted grant to Church Memorial Park. I think, I should know that, but it's around 200,000 maybe. Am I speaking out of turn, Chad? Is it 200? It's in our stuff. The annual budgeted grant to Church Memorial Park. Yeah. So I appreciated when they referenced the minor hockey numbers and so on, right? So it gives us relevancy in terms of, and I know it's more than minor hockey, right, in Church Memorial Park, but it gives us relevancy in terms of their ask, taxpayers, and the decisions we make here around annual budgeted grants. So I'm happy that we're going to open that discussion up today around those other line items that do receive an annual budgeted grant from us. Because we represent the entirety of the municipality, and we need to recognize what we say in the annual budget grant guidelines, and that is, and all of them do, and you do as well, that is a direct link to a core public service that is consistent with municipal responsibilities, significantly supporting the strategic priorities of the municipality. So thank you for doing a top-shelf job in linking strong communities as well as active, healthy living specifically. So, again, all of our annual budgeted grants, when we're looking through the lens of the entirety of the municipality, and where we're able to invest, all of them need to be treated the same. So we've got some hard decisions, quite possibly, on maybe even adjusting some of those amounts that we dole out to other organizations. I don't know where we're gonna land, right? I don't know. But I just want to thank you. And also, too, I just want to ask before I forget, Diane, I know that I have your telephone number in other correspondence for other volunteer activities and all the other hats that people wear in our community, and Penny. So if there's a question specifically that might be directed at me, which I don't know will happen, because it really shouldn't happen, because we've all sat here, we've read your stuff, we know your stuff, we know what you do, we know the numbers, but if there's a question, do you mind if a phone call is made to you? Because you're not gonna be here, I would suggest
Right.
normally that you might be here, because
Right.
we've had people here in the audience
Right.
when we do deliberation,
Okay.
and they put their hands up, and
Right.
we say, can they, so I think that to be not so formal and not so stuffy, right, and I don't think we are, I think if there's a question that might be presented, I'd like to be able to reach out and just to clarify, okay? We may not, we may not.
Sure.
Thank you for that. So I don't think I have anything else, thank you.
So your ask is 20,000?
Our ask is
Yeah.
20,000.
Okay. Anyone else, any questions?
And this is truly our most crucial year, this
Yeah.
upcoming year, and, you know,
Trying to adjust to the.
the letter said this fiscal, you know, and
Who
things
knows?
are difficult, and you guys are feeling it at your level, they're feeling it at their level, so it is a
Yeah.
difficult
Adela?
time for all.
Thank you for your presentation. I just, so that funding from the province, was that a yearly?
Yes, that's like, again, we started with 10,000 back in
Okay.
1997, it had been increased, and then in 2014, all the family resources in the province were increased by another 75,000. So that really helped New Ross in particular start increasing their programming and the supports they were able to make, and go from more of a volunteer model into, you know, having staff and, you know, yeah.
So if all things being status quo, would you have received the funding from the province, would be how much this year?
It would have been $175,000.
Okay, so there's where I'm a little,
Yes.
because you're asking for 20, I'm thinking that's a
Right.
lot of money in the.
Well, we can't ask for 175.
Well, no,
yes.
I understand it absolutely.
They're just
Yeah.
looking for help.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I just wanted, you know, the 100 and some thousand is a lot of money, and,
I gotta make some adjustments.
you know, that's a major difference between 20. So I don't know how you're gonna make up that difference, or you obviously, anyway, thank you very much.
And there is, I mean, there's lots of things that we've had lots of meetings, and we're working towards that, letter writing for other supports, and yes, and we've brought our staff from 3 down to 2, so it's, yeah, and what our priority can shift, because without OSD funding, we're not sure where we stand with providing those services to our community. And then it can go back to, you know, what we've consistently held on to, which again makes us this unique center and different than most other family resource centers. The blood collection and the flyer and all the, you know, those that we feel are so important to our rural community.
And I think our biggest ask for you guys, from when I've been part of the center since 1997, is the 5,000 that used to give us basically pays our heat and lights and oil and that kind of stuff, so that we can continue with the pre-primary or the preschool and the after-school program. As long as we can keep the lights and the heat on, they are supported as well by other funding, so that's kind of what we want right now.
Yeah. Tina?
Certainly, thanks, Penny, because that's, I was gonna reference, just as a reminder to counselors who were here at the time, but then, of course, new for new counselors, and we're all new to a certain extent, the line item that we did have for the 3 family resource centers at one time in our budget, and that was $5,000. But then, if I remember, the deliberation at the time when that was removed it was a bit caught up in the whole daycare and the other family resource centers, and the difference between those other family resource centers, same titles, compared to the New Ross Family Resource Center, and the programs and the services and the recreation and the supports, and we saw it on the PowerPoint, some of the snapshots. So I was going to just make reference to that now, since we're here. And also, because we don't want to get that clouded up, when we do have the discussion in a bit, you just said it right there, Penny. So no one has a question around the daycare. No, it's just simply
No,
that they're
that's right.
housed in your facility.
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah,
paying,
we're
we
not
don't.
running it,
Family
no.
Resource Center doesn't operate the daycare, or any of those other things that the counselors at the time, when we removed the $5,000
From the other
as a clean
facility.
sweep for all the family resource centers, and if we go back in the minutes, those would be still referenced, those discussions would be referenced there. So thank you, I'm glad for that clarification, so we don't get caught up in that somehow later today.
And
Thank you.
stewards of the building and using the building, it was always our philosophy to share the space,
Yeah.
you know, as cost-effective as we could. And actually, the daycare has never paid us rent, like, we don't charge them rent for
Yeah.
the space. So again, it's another thing they're looking into
Yeah.
as we
Space.
move forward. And the same as the after-school program, because
Yeah.
they're all separate entities.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
they're both supported by government. So I don't know if there's room in those pockets of government to add those to, which
Costs.
would help,
Yeah.
you know, with,
Get you to the 175.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, just so everybody knows, we own the building that they operated. Well, I know the older counselors, the new counselors don't know that, yeah. 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 Anyway, thank you much, and it's all part of the budget process.
You're not gonna say anything? I'm kind of,
Who's scared of you?
Day's not over yet.
thank you so much for your time.
Okay, let's do 9.1 before we have a little break or anything. We had a bunch of stuff on the go here, so.
Colonel Sanders, you're scared.
Video surveillance, I ain't even heard it, whatever.
Is this on? Yep. Morning, Council.
Morning.
You've got a heavy day in front of you. Hopefully I'll be brief.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring forward the first reading or the draft of the video surveillance policy. It's in your package, so I don't think there's a need to go through line by line, but I will if you need to.
Nope.
Just wanted to give you a little bit of a highlight of the backgrounds. We do require an update to our surveillance policy. The one we have right now was dated 2005, and it's needs to be updated. And the purpose is really to provide clarity to the public and employees of the municipality concerning responsible use of the video surveillance systems to enhance safety and security for the employees, the public, and to protect municipal property. A little bit of background, in 2016, there was an informal survey of municipalities, and almost 70% were using video surveillance to in some form, but very few were actually doing the privacy assessments and the work behind protecting the privacy of the public and the employees. So that resulted in 2019, in the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner came out with video surveillance guidelines. And these guidelines were intended to provide public bodies and municipalities with the information necessary to make sure that video surveillance was in compliance with the privacy regulations or acts. I won't go into our current policy, but the organizational needs right now, we've had several incidences over the last year in which we've had threats and cases of vandalism. And so there is a need for the organization to install appropriate video surveillance in particular areas. And our Public Works and our other groups are working towards proposals. I think in December, we presented you some options going forward on that. So this policy is really to make sure that we can go ahead in the right manner, both achieving a balance between the
Privacy and,
the privacy and the need for surveillance. In December, we presented a policy and strategy, an overview of the policy. And a takeaway from that meeting was that we didn't want to necessarily see a proliferation of video surveillance across the municipality, but we did want to recognize the need that video surveillance would be necessary in some areas. And that the policy addresses that in the fact that we want to have a security threat assessment done by staff in their presentation of new installations and in the design of the surveillance system. At the meeting also, we were asked to look at how could the public, if they felt that their property was at risk while being on a municipal property, how could they raise that up and address council from the point of view of installing surveillance systems there. The policy does account for that. In section 2A, the existence of verifiable specific reports of incidences of crime or significant safety and security concerns at the location. So that allows the public to raise an issue with council to consider surveillance or a threat in that area, and allows us to then complete that assessment and determine the right method going forward. So overall, the policy is a balance between the need for privacy and the protection of privacy and the addressing the threat and the risk of to property and to public. So
Della, you have a question?
Yeah, well, I was gonna make a motion, but I
Yeah.
will say that a lot of this was prompted by what happened at Wild Rose Park and after all the work we did there and
yes, and in other areas we had.
and some other areas as well, and I think it's time that we move forward this. So I'll put the motion on the floor that we provide approval of first notice and at future meeting approve the new policy and repeal policy P-50 is approved in 2005. That's my motion.
Yeah. Seconded? Okay, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. That was,
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
okay, we'll do one more and then we'll have a break? 9.2, request prepared second notice amendment to policy, remuneration warden, deputy warden, and councillors. And we already gave first notice. Moved, seconded, discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. We're going to take a break. start. Okay, we're live, people. Okay, and we're on 11.1. Correspondence from Christine McNeil. Nickel, sorry. And I've read it all, and and of course, we had the presentation earlier in the day. And I mean, you might disagree with me, and if you do, that's fine. I do what you want. But I think we should have a report from staff on just what that all means and what our next step should be. And you know, if you think differently. Yeah, and I'd like to know, here's the options, here are the implications, and, yeah. Okay? Okay. Do we have a seconder to get a report from staff?
I'll second that motion.
Yeah. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. And Wendy Rafuse, 11.2. She wants to teach us something. Okay.
Did you want me to talk about it?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, you talked to her about it.
I did briefly. I got the email from her at least. Wendy is with Chester Basin Fire, and she does some training that she does on critical incident stress management for first responders. And she has requested, given that there's been discussions recently around municipal council and our involvement in fire services, she would like to offer that training to council. Usually it's an hour-and-a-half training session. She is asking for an hour of time during a council meeting. I'm not sure if you want to do that during a council meeting or as a separate workshop, but she has asked for the opportunity to provide a 1-hour session to you on the critical incident stress management training.
Well, if we're gonna do it, I think we should do it as a separate thing, not as a part of a council meeting, but. Tina?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to indicate that as well, Warden Weber, that absolutely on board with that. Would welcome an hour and a half. Separate from a council would be, I would agree, but certainly I think if we could tag it on to, like we sometimes do, workshops
Yeah.
following a council or prior to. The weather's good, we could all get here early, you know, so, yeah.
Does anybody else have an opinion? Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. This is a valuable part of the changing world. This has been in effect for many years. People have had many sessions and need more, and it's something we're dealing with stress all the time. And as it says, healthier people make better, stronger people, and I'm interested in keeping that dialogue going. Thank you.
I guess I'm missing something. So, so she's gonna come in and do a session for stress on counselors, or what she's doing with the fire department?
I think that she's looking to do the training she would do for first responders
Okay.
Do the
with
same
council,
thing
so
with
that
us.
you understand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so unless somebody objects, we'll try to arrange an hour-and-a-half session. I mean, we have so much on
An
the
hour?
council agendas anymore, we just can't, yeah.
An hour.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Okay? Tim, get your crutches out and come on up. Oh, Chad's first, okay. Yeah, well, it's all part of the same big overall one, in a way.
So, just in preparation for our budget discussion that's coming up, we thought what we would do is to pull out the grants separate from that discussion because we have some applications that we need to consider and how those fit into the overall grants budget this year. So I put together a few slides just to lead us through. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just run through the slides quickly and then we can kind of circle back and review each one in as much depth as council is interested in. And with some of them, we do have applications and there's been presentations, including a couple of the ones that you had this morning. So first is our annual budgeted grants. So every year we have a budget for those applications where council provides annual funding to specific groups. And a couple of years ago, we developed some criteria in our process by which we would evaluate all those applications. So each of the groups that are on here has kind of followed that process that you have set up. So we have had 2 new requests, and both of these groups have been into council and made presentations, so you should be very familiar with those. So the Chester Brass Band representatives were in, and they were not on the list previously. So that is a new request, and they are requesting $15,000 for this upcoming year and to be included as an annual budget of grants. And then, of course, we just had the presentation from the New Ross Family Resource Center, and that request is $20,000. We have also, of the full list of budgeted grants that we have currently from the current fiscal year, we had 3 increases, and those were Community Wheels, and that requested increase was from $11,500 to $15,000. And I think everyone will recall that presentation that was made. Courtney came in and kind of went over some of the changes that organization is facing with their change of location. And of course, they had some budget cuts, but then the budget cuts were reversed. So they thankfully they had their funding restored this year. So I just wanted to make council aware of that. Community Wheels, so they were.
They had originally lost it in the budget.
They did, yeah, they had a 20% reduction, which would have been significant, but they did have that restored, so. Anyways, but they still have to deal with their current situation of not having a home and those types of things. Yeah, increase to fuel and all that kind of good stuff. Then as well, the Chester Playhouse, there was a requested increase of $20,000 from $25,000 to $45,000. And so Andrew Chandler had been in, and they had made that presentation and that request there just a few weeks ago. So we have that request, and then as well, the Church Memorial Park. And so Church Memorial Park, if you recall, what we normally do, and I won't go into too much detail, but normally what council does is we get into a 4-year agreement for our annual contribution to Church Memorial Park. And in the past, that number had been $75,000. And this past fiscal year, the special request kind of came in for $200,000 based on everything that was happening. Council is very familiar with all of that. And so for the upcoming fiscal year, Church Memorial Park has requested just a CPI increase of that 2.1%. So they're asking this year for $204,200. So those are all of the new requests and the additional requests for this year. So if you go to the next slide, so that will give you the full list of all of the annual budgeted grants that you have. So this is our list from last year with those additions that we just mentioned. And so that gives you that total of $347,390. So those are our annual budgeted grants. Next on the list is, and I assume, Warden, that you're okay with me just going through, or do you want to discuss these now and then move on?
Well,
What's your preference?
I don't hardly know where to begin.
Do chunks?
So do you want minis, do you want to have a big fight at the end, or just multiple small fights?
Multiple small.
And we weren't sure if you wanted to do that now, or if you wanted to wait until
the
you see the rest
budget
of the
itself.
budget discussion, but we wanted you to have this information for the rest of the big budget discussion.
You don't want that kind of, I think you could break the brawl up into little smaller skirmishes.
Tina?
Thank you. Just as part of the discussion, if we are going to dive into the annual budgeted grants, I did circulate to everybody's desk just a sheet of information. The Chester Brass Band reached out to me the afternoon of when they came in to present, just to clarify some of the questions that I had. I think that it's great added information for clarification, but it just reiterates, I kind of think, what we were chatting about that day, because they did include their financial statements, and were very clear and very transparent, but I would be remiss if I didn't share that,
Oh,
at
no,
least
I
today,
appreciate
right at
it.
the time that we're going to talk about it, right? So thank you for that. Just want to say that.
Yeah. So, do we want to talk about annual budgeted grants first, or do we? Yep.
So the only thing that I'll add on to there, so in the council package, there are copies of all of the requests. So especially with the new requests, so in addition to the presentations that were made, they are required to submit a letter that outlines the request, the purpose of the request, and their financial situation. So that's you have all that information as part of the decision-making process today.
Comments on the annual budget grants?
I'll start.
Okay?
So I think-
You're red.
So, we have the New Ross Regional Development Society of 490, and then we have the other ones that actually have an MOU with us, is that right, Chad? Which ones would those be? Or do we have any that have an automatic agreement with us?
So-
Church
so-
Memorial Park?
So Card Lake Park
Yeah.
is one that we have an agreement, and
Yeah.
that's part of our relationship
Yeah.
with the province
Yeah.
for the operation of that park.
Yep.
The New Ross Regional Development Society, that $490 is related to the bandstand project and the paying of the
Motion on-
taxes, so
on
that one.
file
there
from 100
is,
years ago, yep.
Sure. And, yeah, so that would be it.
That's it? Okay, those, okay.
That we have long-term agreements with.
Yes.
Right, other
yeah.
than the Church Memorial Park, which we have, there is that commitment that we had for that annual 4-year commitment.
Right.
So that there is an agreement.
Okay, so that's a commitment, I'm just saying,
Yes.
those are,
But that doesn't
Correct.
have anything to do with what they just asked for
No.
this morning?
No.
Okay.
okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so those we have agreements with, so we honor our agreements. So Community Wheels, Lunenburg County Senior Safety, New Ross Trails, Chester Arts, Chester Playhouse, Chester Brass, and New Ross Family Resource Center are all,
Yeah, the only other one that's a little bit different would be the Lunenburg County Senior Safety Partnership, because there are other municipal partners, and so there's, when they had made their original funding request, there's contributions from each of the municipal units towards that project, and so that makes that one a little bit more unique compared to the other ones that are just in our municipality.
yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so who was first? I got 2 green lights. Abdallah.
Yeah, I just want everybody to realize that, every form of government is, I mean, you saw it here this morning with the resource center. They have their funding cut. I mean, we're at the bottom of the barrel here. And I mean, we gotta realize that, just, I know these are grants, but it's tax dollars. And I just, every organization that comes in is valid. And it's not that it's not valid, but man, we're faced with a big challenge here. And it's gonna be unpopular, but anyway, I think we have to look at some of these numbers here. Of the ones that aren't set in stone, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Andre?
Yeah, well, I think that we've given the Chester Playhouse enough. They've gotten a lot from us in the last, I'm a big supporter of the arts, as you know.
I know.
Not just the performing arts, but we have all kinds of other art programs, and we're just rolling out a new line of arts funding here later on, we'll see in the budget, through our arts and culture strategy. And we have to share the little bit of wealth we have with all other types of arts, and we've given the performing arts here in Chester a lot of support through the whole reconstruction of the Playhouse, and then we just only, I think it was last year, or when did we have that big discussion about getting them on this list to get sustainable funding, which is something they've never had before. I think it's too much. Like, I understand maybe there are, like, we cannot be the crutch for institutions that have had their funding cut by other layers of government. We have already contributed in a way that is appropriate for what we are as a
Oh, we
municipal.
helped with the capital funding.
Yeah, so, I personally am unwilling to give the Chester Playhouse any more than the $25,000 we already pledged to them. Furthermore, none of the other annual budget grants that we have benefit from any CPI escalation. So even though it's only $4,000 that Church Park is asking for, we just raised it from $75,000 to $200,000. And now, again, coming for some sort of inflationary increase,
It's your
I
suggestion.
got bad feelings about this, I don't like it, and I'm unwilling to do that. I think that the $200,000 that we've already pledged is adequate. However, I think the commitment we've given to Community Wheels of $11,500, that's been in place for some time. And with fuel escalation and, maintenance and all that stuff, I can understand why they have come, quite reasonably so. They do not keep coming to the well over and over again. They come only when needed, and they've not even asked for their deficit. They've asked for a portion of it. So I would be willing to consider the request for Community Wheels to bring it up to 15,000 to help coverage some of, I mean, everybody's suffering with fuel costs right now, and nobody more so than
The same.
a facility that, or an organization that their primary role is transportation. So I think that is actually a reasonable request, and if we want to continue to provide this service, I think we're gonna have to support them in light of like the fuel costs that we have right now. Those are my comments on those three. We'll get into the other ones in a moment, I'm sure.
Anyone else wish to comment? Tina?
Yes, so at some point, Chad, I might ask you, just for my ease, what the total budget is with some of these organizations, but not right now, because I'm trying to get my head around it, like the Playhouse, Community Wheels, and so on. So again, we talk about the magnitude of their request as it relates to their overall budget. So I'm kind of cognizant of that a little bit. But just to continue on from Andre, Community Wheels is truly a municipal-wide.
Yes.
Truly a municipal-wide service, support program, resource, and we can reference, Mr. Church's comments around the indirect benefits. I mean, it's so connected in terms of strong communities and just everything right about it. So I'm on board with that as well, just again, starting those discussions. So I'm on board with that increase. Because we're gonna have to make some hard decisions, so this might just be the first one. The Playhouse, I'm good with what we've been giving them, just again, I'm not gonna get upset if we end up giving them the 45, but just to put it out there, if we're starting to just have the conversation, I'm good with the 25 that we give them now. And I'm not gonna talk about Church Memorial Park just yet, because I think that if we're gonna do CPI.
Or the annual grant.
Yeah, the annual grant, but if we're gonna talk, sorry, we're not even talking about that because it's an agreement we have, a formal agreement. I'm not into the CPI stuff for any of them, because if not, they're all gonna come back next year for CPI. And they would have the right to do that. Yeah.
Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. I'm on the same mind we've been communicating, but for the ones that have asked for an increase, maybe the 2.1 is a reasonable thought if we do increase anything. In this 3 or 4 that have asked for money, I agree we're in very tough times. We can't just pour money out every time we turn around, and I don't want to feel like we cut them off. We aren't cutting them off, but we have to look at the realization there are challenges most years. And
We've got a couple of new requests.
yeah, and we do have, I think looking at their budgets is important, and seeing what they're operating and how their funds are being spent in that. We've been pretty lucrative in giving money, and I do agree we have to manage it tighter this year and other years, I'm sure. But I'm not 100% convinced giving them no benefit of the difference in this year is the right way to go. I'd like to see a little increase in some of them that would keep them a little more functional and things they need. Thank you.
They're not all asking for a cost of living increase. Just, yeah.
Right, and I was just making reference to the ones that have asked for bigger amounts of money, right? Reducing it back to a CPI number that does, and they have the right, as Councillor Connor says, next year, they may all come and do that, but at least that gives us a spot to work from. We're on a base playing field, instead of 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000, that kind of thing. Thank you.
Okay, anybody, Sharon?
Thank you. Just comment, some of these organizations, quite a few actually, have always functioned, they would apply for a grant and they would get it. Maybe not all that they're asking for, but we hope to support everyone. I hesitate when we keep adding and adding to this budgeted grant list. Yes, it does guarantee they know what their funding is, but there's a risk when we do that because now we're almost obligated to pay this, whereas if they come and they apply for a grant, we work and we usually get it. I know the brass band in the past have come, and District 3 and 7 have supported them. Maybe 15,000 is a bit much with what they were getting. I don't know, but I just know we keep adding them. It's going to be somebody else next year. that are going to ask by us allowing the budgeted grants. Some we have agreements with, and some we continue as far, and I'm not picking on anyone, but the New Ross Family Resource Center, I understand that one completely.
Yeah,
They
lost
service
hundreds of empty nest.
a lot, and they've been cut back on their funding significantly. But, and they are in our building, and there's a whole history there. But when we keep adding other people to this list, there's a danger to doing that, I think.
Tina?
Thank you. So I just want to speak to the whole program of annual budgeted grants. So it sounds like, Chad, that we're going to have to revisit that grant program because, again, if anyone qualifies for a district grant, they look at our criteria and they apply. If they want to apply for a recreation grant, they apply. If they want to apply for an annual budgeted grant, they apply. So if we're serious about this, we need to look at this, because if not, I would welcome other applications. Because this is on our website, we advertise it, we brag about it, and so we need to revisit that. And that's okay too.
Well, it's available, why wouldn't you ask? Yeah. Andre?
Well, somehow we get swept up in this discussion of people apply and are qualified, therefore we have to give it to them, which is that's false. Ultimately, that's why we're here discussing it, is because obviously we have the ability to say no. And I, for one, am not interested in adding any new items to our annual budgeted grant, neither of the applicants. I think that it should be, as Councillor Church mentioned, I think it should be evaluated annually as required. I think some of the ones that we put on the list were ones that were very consistent and offered a very wide-reaching service that we would expect. And that's why I think that they're there. And that's, if you look through this list, they're very broad-reaching organizations that benefit everyone, clearly. So, that's where I'm at this point. I wouldn't say that these folks, I'm not sure, Chad, if we were to say, take the Chester Brass Band and turn them down, let's say, does that mean that they can't get a one-time grant as they would any other year?
They would be eligible for an operating grant, which would have a maximum of $3,000, plus a district grant, which would be whatever council decides.
And you're also saying the New Ross, because the Family Resort Center, because they're new.
And typically, we would give them what, annually?
They haven't applied for quite some time. Back when they were originally on this annual budgeted grants list, the amount was $5,000.
Right.
And so since that time, there hasn't been any consistent funding through to them.
So that further, sorry, New Rossers, but that further strengthens the argument why we would not put them on a budgeted grant list. This feels like a reaction to a reduction in funding from another government. So, other organizations that are on the list were consistently getting grants from us. And then we said, okay, enough of this, let's make it stable and consistent so that they can plan. That particular group has not been coming consistently, and they have not been getting grants. So, I don't know. I don't want groups that come that failed to receive their funding from the province and come and say, okay, well, we'll knock on the door of the municipality instead. I don't feel like that's our role. If the province was funding it, that means it was a priority for the province, and they should continue to support their priorities, not us.
Hey, Tina, you're next.
Thank you. So it's early in the day to say that I potentially could be voting against the entirety of the budget because I disagree with one small thing in the budget. But the only thing that I have to go on is my face in the community and my name in the community and here at this table. And I need to be able, boy, this is sounding political, but I so believe it. I need to be able to talk about all of these organizations fairly and what they do in the entirety of our municipality. And I'm not gonna pick and choose about the Chester Arts Center and the Chester Playhouse and how that probably does not impact everybody in this entire municipality. You mentioned to the Church Memorial Park, how there's probably people in the municipality that haven't stepped foot in the church into the building. I agree with you. I agree with many of these, but I see them as they qualify. They're eligible, they qualify, they do great work. We all know that, I get it. So why, we can't pick and choose. I mean, you can, I guess, or anybody can. I'm not going to, because they're important. So I'm in support of anybody that can come in here and define what they're doing, the numbers that they're impacting, the totality of their budget and what they're asking. That's it, because again, and that will be my statement written outside of here, and again, that's just for me, it's not against anybody else, but that's what I have to stand on, is taxpayer dollar, everybody contributes, everybody needs to be considered. So we either consider all of them and eliminate them all based on the same decision-making things that we're gonna have in front of us. So that's it for now.
Abdallah?
So the resource center, what are they eligible for to apply in grants, if you make that clear?
So they would be eligible.
Not the budgeted grant, but just.
Yeah, so they would be eligible for the majority, they're a not-for-profit organization,
Yes.
based on the work that they do, they would be eligible for some of our streams. So it could be our operating grant, which is a maximum of $3,000, and our deadline is coming up at April 30th for that one. If they had a project that was more recreation-based, recreation-related, they could apply for a recreation grant. They would be eligible for a district grant as well. And those would be really the streams. And in addition to that, I guess we would have to think a little bit about the capital, because it is our building, so I guess it would be the nature of what the project would be, but potentially they would be eligible for community capital grant as well.
For me, it's just, the fact that they were getting, there's a difference of $80-some thousand in what they were getting from the federal government if we give them 20. I'm just thinking.
They were getting 170.
170.
They
So
lost
100 So basically $100,000 of revenue they're gonna lose. So how, like, I don't know how.
150.
That's a major blow to
We're
it.
really good with money here.
I thought it was 103.
No, they'd be losing 150 even if we give them 20.
So this is what I'm saying, if we give them 20, so how, I can't square that in my head, how that would devastate any organization to lose, like really devastate any organization to lose
Yeah,
that
so
much in
I guess
funding.
it would be up to that organization to figure out how they can
Well, that's what I'm
operate. So when
saying,
they- so I
yeah,
think
they'd have to,
what Diane mentioned early on is they were focused on volunteers, and they didn't have any paid staff at that point in time,
Yeah.
so that has shifted over time. They may look at reducing programs, they may look at reducing staff, they may look at other sources
Other
of revenue.
sources
They
of
mentioned
funding.
of trying, perhaps looking to the daycare, some of those folks that are using the facility that don't currently pay rent.
They may
perhaps
charge
they
them
may
rent.
have to charge them rent. So I think it will be, it's a big job for sure, but they look at
you
additional
know,
revenue.
they're
and-
challenged just like we are. We're an organization, but we're challenged as well. So, anyway, I just wanted to find out what was available to them, right? Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. Thank you, Warden Weber. This is a question possibly for the CAO. We get labeled often that we don't do enough, but we are one of the more generous municipalities in the province, correct? The way we contribute to our
Grants,
community
communities, yeah.
and
Yes.
programs. I'd
I
say
don't know the actual figures, but yes.
we're noted in the top 5 of 52 or so, easy.
I would say number one outside each round.
Okay. And I think.
Based on our population, we give an awful lot based on.
So I think that's an important message to put out. I agree with Councillor Asif has said. This is a domino effect. We're being challenged because of the province. We're gonna have to challenge community groups because they're gonna have to be responsible and accountable. I agree with Councillor Connors. We can't pick and choose individual things in communities. We need to be a municipality. We're not just a one community or one event. My question next is to Chad. They can apply to all 3 or 4 categories that they would fit in for requests for
Well, so
funding,
can all
right?
these people.
So they can't apply for everything. So for example, if a group applies for an operating grant, they're not eligible to apply for a recreation grant. So they can't apply across the board for everything. So there's a few limitations there. So they'd be eligible for all those, but they wouldn't be able to apply for all of those in the same calendar year.
Don't want to open a can of worms. Is that something we've looked at, that they get one grant and that's their maximum for
Well, we have
process?
limits
Because-
on those grant programs as well.
That's right.
So, I mean, if the more people you have applying, the less money you have to give.
And maybe we need to share more around and manage the list a little better that way too, because that could be the process of that. I mean, there's ways we need to look at this modernizing. Money's getting tighter. I'm hearing a lot from the community, you know, people are tight, no money to spend around, potential budget increase. We have to look at what we're doing. Thank you.
I think just to add on to, so that one application per group, so that is something that in the past, we have had that, but that was more so when we had basically council grants. Like, we didn't have a whole host of different programs.
We have so many now.
That's right, and so we do have a variety, and so we have had those discussions, and we've had many changes over the last number of years. And so one of those, for example, is at one point in time, if you had that one grant, you could apply for operating but not capital. And so that changed, and the thought was, well, just because a group is doing a capital project doesn't mean they still don't have operating needs. And so those have all evolved and changed to get to the point where we are today. I wouldn't be shocked if council had some interest in making changes again into the future. Do we have it exactly right? I'm not sure, but.
Well, you never do. Yeah. I forget who was next. Andre.
I'll just say again that this is about budget grants. It's not saying that we wouldn't give them a grant and that they qualify for other grants. This is saying, do we want to commit that every year, just as a matter of fact, we're going to send $15,000 to the brass band or $20,000 to the new Ross Family Resource Room? And the answer for me is no. If they want to apply, and we'll evaluate their proposal, well, there's a metric by which we evaluate it. We talk about impact on the community and all those things that are criterias of those grants, and then we evaluate it. Should we put, the ones that are on there have already made that argument painfully obvious to us that will continue on, and it's a consistent thing, and we're gonna support that annually. These ones, I don't want to add to the list. I want to evaluate them on their proposal annually. And so for that reason, I don't want to add anything new to our annual budgeted grants. I want to keep it as is. The only change I wish to make is increasing community wheels up to $15,000. And I think that's a bargain, because I'm sure their costs have escalated much more than that, even since we received their presentation 2 months ago. I think that it's probably increased significantly since then.
Tina, you're next again.
Thank you. So first off, a question around Chad. Are each of these organizations eligible to apply through a regular grant stream? Like the reference to the New Ross Family Resource Center and the Chester Brass Band? They would be eligible, would they not?
Yes.
I
Okay,
think
so
they all are.
Just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify that, I guess.
Yeah.
Secondly, I've been here for a while, but not that long, but as long as Deputy Warden Vino, if you will. And I hate to admit, but can you remind me, you just made a reference to how these organizations came in and presented the case to us, and now maybe I'm gonna get it wrong until I go back and watch the live stream, but that we agreed to fund them, but it wasn't to fund them forever. It was to fund them until we got to budget deliberation, I believe. So these new organizations have come in and are making the same case in front of us as those other organizations did when a few of us were here at the table. So I don't understand. These ones wouldn't automatically be on the list any differently. Again, I could be wrong. So what's the difference with these ones automatically being yes and new ones not so much? That's my question to anyone here, I guess.
Just a couple of years ago, we had a Chester Arts Center.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't quite remember the discussion back then as it compares to today,
Playhouse, too.
I thought that the guidelines were the same, So we don't have a commitment to fund these every year, any differently than any new one coming in the door, do we?
Well, what would make it budgeted then?
Well, no, it's for deliberation.
Well, we
could
can take it
remove
out of the budget.
We can remove it.
We can remove
We can
them,
remove
all
it.
of
We
them
have
from
the
the budget.
ability, the idea of having a budgeted grant is that you plan for it.
Oh, I
You start
understand
planning.
why we're doing it. Yeah.
It's not like, I don't think that we're gonna scrutinize a budgeted grant the same as.
Sorry.
I don't think our plan is to scrutinize a budgeted proposal the same way as we would have one that just comes in feral out of the wild. I think that we expect budgeted grants are ones that we would consistently expect to fund, and that's why we put it in that category. I don't see it as a list, and we're gonna be tossing them in and out the same as any other ones. What would you have that category then for? It makes no sense. So, if it's in this category and it's almost predestined, unless there's some sort of like life-shattering thing, that we're gonna be supporting those that are in the budgeted group, which has been our practice, then why would we put organizations there that haven't actually received grants from us in the past? Why would we go from 0 to hero?
No. So, again, just to mention, I believe that the Chester Arts Center, and I'm picking on, I supported those early in the conversations with both of those organizations coming to this table, but let's just continue to pick on those two. Chester Arts Center and Chester Playhouse. I would put money on the table to say that they were not on that list of grants they received grants from us every year that I was here, right up until, well, Chester Arts Center's kind of newish, but right up until the year that they got placed on our annual budget grant list.
They're relatively new to the list, yeah.
They received a council grant or a tourism grant, because there were tourism grants back then as well. There were no district council grants, or a recreation grant. They also did what you're just referring to right now in terms of, Councilor Asaph as well. They also received an annual budgeted grant, not an annual budgeted grant, a rec grant, tourism grant, or a council grant. So that again is not, the similarities are just.
I think we should put them all, every grant that we get, we should put them all on the budgeted grant list then. Because the budgeted grant list means nothing, right? We're gonna toss them in and out regardless.
Okay, Sharon's turn.
You, just, for time and whatever, I feel we sort of need to move forward to know what the budget is, the impact of any new additions to the budget. We may have to make overall cuts. We may not agree with, what the tax rate is, et cetera. I think we need to move forward and just park this for now because we're just spinning and not going to make a decision. In the end, maybe we'll decide that we have to reduce our district grants and divvy that out. Maybe we'll have to take a reduction in our salary, for instance, and not the increase that's proposed to help. I'm just saying.
In order to whatever.
In order
I don't
to-
want to get ahead of myself, but I mean, everybody who's looked at the budget knows that there's a tax increase proposed.
Exactly.
And if you don't want to do it, you've got to cut one friggin' pile more stuff than this.
But I mean, we need to move forward, let's get the bigger picture because we're just spinning, I feel we're spinning on this right now.
That's good.
350,000 is a pretty good starting cut, right? 347, 390. I mean, if we're talking cuts down the road.
Yeah, I think we should move forward too, but what?
Abdullah.
Oh, Abdallah, sorry.
Yeah, I get Tina's argument. How do we differentiate? To me, and everybody that's been here since 2016, the first thing I said when I looked at all our grants and Chad was there, my head blew off. It blew off. I just think, man, and we were, and to be fair, we were very well off financially.
Yeah.
More so than other.
And we want to stay that way.
But right now, you know what, if we want to settle this annual budget grant debate, whenever we do it, do away with it, the whole thing. If we're using Tina's argument, which I do, and to add that, that people can come every year,
Make your
like
case.
the art center came, well, what's gonna stop someone else from coming? Nothing. So where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line? So it's either nobody or everybody that apply. That's the only way forward I see with these annual budgets, and let everybody use the other the other grant streams that we have available. Anyway, that's my say, and we'll move on. How's that sound, Sarah?
Let's move on.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how we're ever gonna settle it, we're not gonna settle it today. But anyway, let's move on.
Okay. So the next item, grouping of grants is our capital grants.
Yeah.
And so, we have 5 applications this year, 1 under major capital, and if you all recall that the Chester District Elementary School has a playground project, and they came in and made their presentation at council, brought some of the kids with them, everyone will remember that, so they do have a request of $100,000 towards that project. And then we do have 4 applications under the community capital stream, and that maximum allowance for that one is $20,000, and so we have the 4 there before you. So Eastchester Rec Hall has some deck and sound equipment project. Hubbard's Lions Club has a roof project. Ocean Swells Community Center has a generator project, and the Village Hall East River has a kitchen project. So those 4 in total is $73,338. So overall, that's obviously $100,073,338. So just a reminder to council that one point that's a little bit different than the last discussion that you were having is that the funds for capital grants come out of your wind reserve, the 1/3 community development.
Still money.
And the only other thing I just want to remind council of is the last couple of years, council kind of arbitrarily picked a budget number to come from that reserve, which was $275,000, with 200 being for the major capital and 75 for the community capital. So that was a number kind of based on council wanting to keep a healthy reserve.
So that we can deal with the issues as they come.
Right.
Tina?
Thank you, so we can receive good opportunities when they come.
Yeah.
So this, again, as you said, Chad, is, we've got the money separated out from the entirety of our budget in a fund, 1/3 community development, wind revenue reserve. I'm in full support right now of funding every one of those applications to the full extent of what they've asked. They are qualifying, well laid out, well documented, well used and supported by the communities in their entirety. So I'm all over these ones. This is an easy one for me. I don't know if we want to wait
Well,
till
we
the end
have-
or not, but I just wanted to say all that.
Well, it's well within our budgeted category and, yeah. Okay. Hey, what's about all these other grants?
Okay, so the next list that you have before you on the next slide is.
Oh, I didn't know Andre had
Oh,
his,
sorry.
okay, sorry, Andre.
Just one small thing here, and I just want to plant a seed that I'm gonna pour some water on later. So, as Chad rightly said, we had arbitrarily selected a value to support these grants of $275,000, which is funded from the proceeds of our wind turbine.
Yeah.
The formula for that wind turbine, as you remember rightly so, I hope, is that we take 1/3 and we put it back into our operating. We take
Yeah,
1/3 and we
reserves, yeah.
put it to economic development in reserve for those activities, and 1/3 for community building initiatives, which would be like these sorts of things. And because of that, because the revenue from the turbine is very close to $1 million annually, that allows us a revenue of, say, $300,000, and the 275 is less than that, and that's no problem. And when we set that out, that was a bit of an arbitrary decision to go 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I know it very well because it was my suggestion, and it's served us okay up till now. I will just plant a seed here that 2 major capital grants of $100,000 annually is a lot to give away for any municipal unit, even big ones. And that budgeting for $275,000 in capital grants annually, it seems like a lot, even if it is well-funded. And what I would suggest maybe, because I know we're gonna be looking for, we're looking at a tax increase. We have, as someone rightly pointed out to me recently, you have the option of either decreasing your expenses or increasing your revenue. Those are the 2 knobs you have to turn.
They are.
So this council could think about altering the formula we take from this wind turbine. And instead of giving 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, we could be taking half of the revenue from the wind turbine and putting it till operating, and then taking 25% for economic development and community initiatives, and then cutting maybe one of those capital grants off, so that instead of doing two $100,000 grants, it was one. And it would still support our efforts, but it would allow us a way to maybe, that would be like a half a cent right there that we could gain towards the deficit that we're having perpetually if we brought more of that wind revenue into our operating. I just want to plant that seed. I'm not going to say any more. We'll get a chance to talk about it later, but it's relevant to this discussion as it will affect future capital grants.
So our budget here for the, out of the wind turbine for these grants on this page is $275,000, and we're spending $173,000. So we could take the other $100,000 and use it for some of these other grant requests to help reduce the
We would
cost.
have to change our, I don't know if it's a policy.
it's a policy.
Okay, well, we would,
Yeah.
we would have to change our policy and not do 1/3, 1/3, because when we don't spend it on grants, then it goes into the reserve. And so our economic development reserve is actually fairly large right now, because we don't really have a very good policy around how we're to use it. So sometimes things will come up, like the arena comes in and says, oh, you know, suddenly we need $500,000, and then we have no place to take it from. We're like, oh, that's kind of economic development thing, and we'll grab it from there because it's just a slush fund, and we don't have very good, like, policy built around that. What I'm suggesting is maybe we might want to revisit the original formula. It won't affect us this year because even with my proposed revision, we would still be fine. But it could allow us to get more non-tax revenue into our operating, which would help, because then the taxpayer doesn't have to fund it. And so it's just an idea. I'm just planting a seed. We'll see what happens. If somebody wants to put some manure on that seed, I'm happy to see it grow.
She wants to say
Yeah,
one.
I just want to, I think Tim will probably get into it a little bit more, but there are pieces of some of those reserves that fund some of our operating as well. So
Yes.
the Economic Development Reserve is used to fund some of the economic development operating costs as well. So we'll get into some of that discussion. So while there is some room there to adjust that formula, it does have other impacts on how we're funding operating as well.
I guess all I was suggesting is that we're spending 173 and we have a budgeted amount of 275, so it does give us $100,000 worth of flexibility even if we leave things as they are.
I think.
For other grants, fund some of these grants.
The thing is
over
that it really comes down to a policy decision, whether we're gonna change the policy to allow us to consistently give more from wind to our operating. And that consequence of that would be that in the future, not this year, but if we were to get 2 applications for some major capital project, then this council would then, or 3 or whatever, this council would have to make the agonizing decision of which one they would fund. And I think that when we're flush with cash, it's like any organization, you can be inefficient. But when you have limited funds, then you have to be very strategic about what you fund, and that can be very difficult politically, and we'd have to be willing to do that. So I just wanted to put that out there as it's just an idea, trying to close the gap.
Yeah. Well, we gotta-
So I would think about, anyway, just to, I want to ask you about your seed, just so I'm clear. It's, so your formula was, so 25% to operating reserve, no?
Or the proposal that I've made would be
Yes.
25, instead of 1/3, 1/3,
Yes.
it would be 25 for economic development.
25 for economic development, 25 for operating reserve, and half for capital.
Yes.
Okay.
Or no, 2 for operating.
Operating.
Operating and capital would be 25.
Capital will be 25. Okay, so
Okay,
operating
well, we
reserve
aren't,
is
we're,
20.
You're gonna have a reserve
That-
discussion.
That
Oh,
future,
okay.
that discussion we'll have it later, I'm just trying to germinate.
Just reading your sheet.
Tina?
Thank you. So, just to remind myself and everybody, and it may not be written in the policy, but when we had the discussion, the hearty discussion way back when, around the wind revenue policy, we talked about the specialness of the 1/3 community allocation. And we talked about the fact that they weren't to be everyday projects, willy-nilly.
They're supposed to be
Big, new, innovative, allowed the organizations to continue bringing revenues into their facility or generating new. Like, for example, the one year that we had 4 applications on the table, 100,000 from Shoreham, something or other. Apartments. Church Memorial Park, 100,000. New Ross Farmers Association, 100,000. And New Ross Trails, which wasn't 100, but it might have been 73, or I forget what it was at the time. But we proudly approved, it took a lot of meetings. 4 or 6, I forget. 4 or 6 meetings. We kept at that, but we approved them all. We approved them all, which is wonderful. But we have very specific, we have laid out very specifically how we want to spend that money. And again, yes, on Deputy Warden Vino, we can change, we can make decisions, we can change our minds. But really, I mean, when we take the time to think those things through, I would like to take the time, not just willy-nilly, make a quick change. Like, it's important. So I just wanted to say that.
Want to take time, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I don't even know where to begin. I'll just tell you to go home now.
So there is kind of the next batch of grants on your
grants,
next
yeah.
slide. So these get into some of the other grants that everyone was referring to that make up the remainder of our grants budget. And so in there, what I did was I put in the list for the 25-26 budget year and as well as what's proposed for the upcoming 26-27. And you'll see in that list that we essentially kept consistent those programs from last year that you're all familiar with. So your operating grants, the district grants, the recreation grants, as they were. And then from there down, there are some changes and some new additions based on our arts and culture strategy. And so Ashley's here. Ashley made that presentation and council had agreed to proceed with all those different grant streams.
Yep, that's
and
what we already told you.
You had asked to bring those amounts back, and then we would talk about them further during budget deliberation. So here we are. And one other thing that I will just note in here is that we want to make sure that we were having the full picture of all of our grants. So typically the economic development sponsorship of 6,000 and the fire protection grants of 10,000, they live usually in a different budget area, but we just want to make sure that you didn't forget about those are grants that you do approve as well. And so we did include those in this list as well. So further to, I guess, Sharon made some comments around, making some adjustments to some of our existing programs. So I guess this is the opportunity for council to review the existing programs and whether you're interested in any changes in those, or if there's any, or if you also need to settle on those new grant opportunities that were presented in relation to the arts and culture strategy. So there's your list.
Andre?
As I've said in years past, I'd be amenable to cutting the district grants at least in half.
Yeah, it'll have a very small impact overall on our budget discussions.
Every little bit helps.
But yeah, whatever. Yeah. Councillor Connors?
If we go back in the record books, I voted against the district council grant approval every time. It started with a $5,000 amount per district when it was Canada's celebration year. What?
Canada 150.
150?
Yes.
So it started then. And I think it was
supposed to be for fireworks.
$5,000.
Well,
This is where it turned
And then from there, it suddenly developed into a line item for a district grant. I will call it district grant. But I voted against when it went from, and then it might have been 25, for some reason I'm thinking 2,500. I don't know if it went to that, but then it went to 5, and then it went to 10. And I voted against that every time it was at this table, because my position was, strong applications can always navigate and source grants. This was, and still is, not very tight. So, yeah. So I'm okay with it, cutting the entire 70 and putting it back into the
No.
system.
But cutting it in half is
No.
a reasonable approach. Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. I agree, we need to cut this. I'm not opposed to actually removing it, because I think it's about saving money right now. We have to look at things, and, you know, these organizations do have to be challenged some too, to work a little bit differently or harder in different ways. Hate to admit that, those are the times we're in. So I think we have to look at the reality of the things where we can cut and have the least impact to create any losses or damages. Thank you.
So we're gonna cut it in half? Well, I mean, whatever.
It's gonna be half or all?
If we're gonna cut it, cut it.
Okay, good.
If we're gonna cut it, cut it.
Okay, John. Okay, what's next?
So the final slide is just that summary, which is going to change slightly based on some of the suggestions just made. But we had our annual budgeted grants, the other grants that we just went through, to give you that total of 572,390, plus the capital grants, which is from reserve. So they come from a different source, but just give you that total number of all of our grants combined together. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that number. So that number is going to be slightly different based on the change to the district grants that you just made. And then I guess we're going to revisit the annual budgeted grants
At some point in time.
at some point in time. So the number that's in there right now is the one that was provided on the sheet, that 347,390. So that's in there right now. So any change to that would obviously be a reduction in your budget for this year.
I have a question just for Chad.
We're not gonna get
So-
through this today.
Obviously, we're cutting the district grant. So obviously, you're gonna contact the organizations, hopefully, once
Yes.
we finalize the budget.
We will have to do that, so
Perfect. Yep.
there will be some that, and our timeline is getting a little bit tight.
I
So
understand.
if we follow through on the removal of the district grants, so there will be some groups that have been using the district grants for things like Canada Day celebrations
All
and those
kinds
types of
of
I
them.
things.
have them in my area.
And if they're gonna
I've
be
got
looking
5 or
for
6
funding,
requests already.
the other option is our operating grant, which is a maximum of $3,000. The deadline is April 30th. So we
Sorry,
need to
say
do
that
a
again.
really good job of
Can you
informing.
say that again? Sorry, Chad.
The deadline for operating grants is April the 30th.
April the 30th.
So if there's any of your groups that you
Yes.
normally would have supported through your district grants, they're
Thank
gonna
you.
have to be made aware of that deadline so that they get their applications
And
in
that's
to be
for,
considered.
what grant, sorry?
Or the operating grant.
Operating grant.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And so, the other thing that happened when some funds were moved to, I'm not trying to stir the pot, but I just wanted
No,
to just make you
stir
aware.
it, man.
So that, the operating grants budget of 33,000, that was significantly more, and that was reduced, partly, when the district grants increased.
Because you didn't need it as much.
Right, so I'm just a flag that this will cause extra demand on your operating grants, and council will be making some tough decisions at that time, so.
Clarissa?
Thank you. The operating grant, is there anything in the policy we can change the actual deadline? Is there an opportunity?
We can do
Can we
that.
change that?
you
'Cause this
can
is, this
do
is gonna
that.
be fundamentally like nuance to everybody. Like you have 21 days, or less than 20 days to get all those applications in, which will obviously flood your department, which unfortunately that will happen. But is there any possibility to change that actual date within the policy, to change the date line from the 30th and extend it?
We can.
Yeah, so council can change the date whenever you like. So one of the reasons why, so it previously had been a little bit later into May, and what, I think it was at one point in time, maybe the end of May or May 15th, and council actually changed it to April the 30th, because we were trying to deal with applications
Fiscal
for
year.
those events that are coming up early in the year, so
Yeah.
if there are any events in the spring, or even Canada Day, so once you get to the deadline, there's that process, so staff do a review, then it comes to council for approval, and so that all takes a little bit of time, depending on meeting schedules and that type of thing. And so we just wanted to make sure that that deadline isn't going to be a hindrance to any groups that have events coming up
Because
early in the
all
calendar
those
year.
community groups, if they miss the deadline, they know they can count on the district grant to fund that. So I mean, if that is totally eliminated, then I think the date should be considered moved a bit, just to give some clarity as to.
We gotta try.
a time.
I don't believe it's even policy, is it? It's just our
No.
practice, so it doesn't even require a
I
policy
didn't know if there was a
change.
policy surrounding it.
But
Thank
what you would want to do is we would want to let people know, and I think
Yes.
there's even an opportunity that if council wanted to, they could do a double intake, right? Like you could do, I think we used to do a double intake. I think there used to be an intake in the fall as well. So you could, so you basically, if you knew you had X amount in the, you could take half of that and give it to the first half of the grants, and then do a second intake and use the remaining funds.
Yeah, but that's what we.
You could look at that.
Because it's a budgeted amount, so we'd have to determine
How much-
we're gonna spend first go around, how much we're gonna spend second go around.
It could be half, it could be whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
perfect.
that's right. But those are all important things that we would want to
And thank you
communicate
for
with the
notifying
public
that.
as-
Thank you for
as
bringing
soon
it to our attention. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh, Councilor Rizzo.
okay, Councilor.
Just for other councilors' information, I plan, because I know that basically the organizations in my district that apply for the district grant, so, you know, I'll be making them aware right away. So just, I will, because this is what we've decided to
Oh, I use this
do.
stuff
So
all the time.
I'll be calling Gina and Jared and anybody else that's involved. Just to give them the heads up even before you do, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, so if we probably should have a firm decision here on direction if council is doing this, just so that we can get that information out. So if you want to change the deadline, or
We
if you
do.
want to have two deadlines.
We want
what-
two
what are-
deadlines.
Okay, what are they?
May 31st? For the first one? Does that work, Chad?
Yeah, so the only thing it'll do is depending on when groups are having their activities and when they're looking for funding, when the
might
projects are.
change
So-
whether they're
Because they
able-
come in a group, they don't come in, they don't trickle in. So if there was an event in May, they wouldn't get that funding until after May when they were looking for April 31st. So you may want to keep it for this year at least at the April 30th deadline.
Because that's what they all think.
And then do a second one for September. And groups would have to know that you're going to allocate a certain percentage to the ones that come in April and a certain percentage to the ones.
Okay, so April 30th and September 30th?
Yeah.
Well, September would be good, so if,
Yeah,
so
'cause they need to know whether they're.
Yeah, I would assume that the September application, you would have applications for Christmas activities that would be happening in November, so a September deadline would be,
Yeah.
be good.
Andre,
I would
think he's
suggest
next,
that
I
we,
think.
I would suggest that we, if we're gonna do the two intakes, that we allocate 2/3 of the budget for the first intake and 1/3 for the second, so 22,000 for intake one and 11,000
Well,
for
summer's
intake
the
two.
most active.
Because that's typically, I think, the ratio, and I think if we put some hard limits, then, because we're gonna have to make difficult decisions, so we're gonna have stops, hard stops on that funding.
Okay,
Okay.
Councilor Connors, yeah.
Thank you. I think I just forgot my my first question. How do you communicate with these organizations? It's pretty much email, I would think, but there are some organizations that receive a paper copy, a letter in the mail?
No, so, we do all email.
Excellent.
Email out, and so we would also, of course, we'd work with Jen, so if the timing
All
with the
the
upcoming
communications.
newsletters, the email
Yeah.
distribution,
Facebook
we put
pages,
notices on our web,
Yeah.
update the
Yeah.
website, all,
But
you know,
I
we
guess
try to hit people as many
Social
different ways
media
as we
is
can.
great. It's great.
Yeah, and it's
But-
helpful when council, you know, if counselors are communicating with the groups in their
Yeah.
area, just
Yeah.
to pass
Yeah.
that information out, it's helpful
So,
as well.
so the fact, it's reassuring to me, because everybody is receiving an email, all of our massive binder of organizations throughout the entire municipality, they will receive notice of this shortly or soonish. So this is April 9th, it's a Thursday, so by next week, by the weekend or next week, whenever, I'm not saying you have to do this, they will know this. And they typically are aware of that because you send it out in the fall, I think, or in January, because you send out a letter or an email that says the nomination, volunteer nomination program, our capital and major capital, all that stuff you send out.
Yeah, and I
So
think
they
what
know
we'll-
about it already.
Yeah, so I think to keep this nice and clear is I will send information out that doesn't include
In-
anything
in
else.
the
It's
subject line.
Just municipal
Just like you
grant
did the year
changes.
when we first introduced the small capital.
Right.
It was asterisked and it was right bold in the subject line. So, well, that's so far, but we'll see what else is failing on me, right?
Yeah, okay, well, we should have motions,
We
yeah.
should have motions for these, and I don't know if you want to do that now, if you want to do that at the end, we can kind of keep track of what we'll need motions for, but we should have motions for some of this, because we won't have, I'm anticipating we probably won't have final decisions on the budget today, so we'll want motions on this to reflect
So
that.
that, yeah. Well, we should have a motion that we've eliminated the district grants.
So moved. Second.
Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. And a motion to change the dates on, which one are these?
To do
Operating
Operating.
grant.
To
Yeah.
to do a second intake, and the motion for the two-thirds one.
do two intake on the, what is it?
Operating grant,
Operating
Grant. And what was the date we chose?
April 30th and September 30th.
April 30th and September 30th to be split 2/3 and 1/3.
Seconded, discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. That's what you need for now, right? Okay. Now where are we?
Thanks, Ed.
Welcome.
Here we go.
Now we're gonna start the rest of the meeting.
Yeah.
I'm good for now, thank you. All right, good morning, council. It's still morning, right? Yeah.
So we're not into major, we're into
Okay.
draft budget.
Yeah, so now we're into the, well, you've already been into the meat of it a little bit, but let's keep going. So here I am to present you the initial draft budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. I have a presentation that kind of will guide the discussion and then some supporting documents that we'll talk about as we go through here. First page of the presentation is just a simple table of contents for where to find the different topics within this presentation file. And then a slide on the budget format. So as we did last year, the official budget will be comprised of three standalone documents. The operating budget book, which will cover the annual operating costs and revenues. The capital investment plan, which covers a 5-year plan, although which, of course, the first year, the current year, is the one that we're approving or looking to approve spending on, and the rest is intents for future years, just for planning purposes and such. And then the third one is a smaller supporting document for the reserve budget, showing estimated balances, incomes, expenditures.
Yeah.
And that's where all the, of course, the detail of all the different budget stuff is to be found in those three documents. The next one, this is a summary of the operating budget, so broken down by the 5 departments and the different categories of revenues and expense. As always, I'll clarify that these numbers are presented as net expenditures, so positive numbers are expenses, negative numbers are revenues or gains. And that the net reserve contributions, if we are contributing to reserve, that's an expense to operating, and if we're drawing from reserves, that is a revenue to operating, right?
Yeah.
So the net contribution to reserve of that 3.9 million, that's a net expense to the operating fund. And again, detailed information on the operating budget can be found in that budget book, which is 25 pages.
Does anybody want to take a 5-minute break before we go to start this? Well, I mean, people,
Wouldn't be too bad, you know, I can-
I think they need to go to the water. Calling the meeting back to order.
All right, when we last left off, we were just getting to page 5 on the presentation. So this is your annual pie chart showing the breakdown of the various revenues that the municipality receives each year. As always, the biggest chunk of that is the residential property taxes, making just over 40% of our total revenues. The next biggest chunk is services provided to other governments. This is primarily based on our landfill and other municipal governments there. And then it goes down from there for other property taxes and grants in lieu, so commercial property taxes, grants in lieu of property taxes. And then we got area rates and solid waste collection rate, and then down to some smaller amounts. This is relatively unchanged from last year, pretty much the exact same split year over year.
Yeah,
Next, we have a similar breakdown for expenditures in the operating fund.
that's the one.
Again, this is very consistent with the prior year. The biggest chunk there is the 35% of non-discretionary expenditures, so that's things like our contribution to the school board, the RCMP, other provincial transfers that are required, and remittance of taxes collected on behalf of others, so like fire departments, et cetera.
So if we cut out the school boards and the police, then we'd have all kinds. We'd be fine.
I can make that change, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, then the next biggest piece, just over 20%, is salaries and benefits, so paying the people who do the work here. And then the next chunks are transfers to reserves and operating expenses, down through some of the smaller categories as well.
Yeah, that's.
Grants to organizations is about 2%, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are quite, as an organization, quite generous in grants compared to others. However, it still makes up a very small portion of our overall budget. The next page is something I've added in this year. The next 2 pages actually are kind of an analysis of residential properties that I've gone through and done. Sorry, was there a question?
Yeah, quick question.
Oh, sorry.
I noticed that we, in terms of revenue, so from our reserves, we bring 3% of our budget out of reserves. And I guess that's revenue that we basically take in
Yeah,
the system.
so
in terms of
revenue to
accounting.
the operating fund is the draw from reserve, yeah.
Right, and then, but in terms of expenditures, we're putting 12% into reserves. Is that our practice annually, or like?
It's up 1% this year from last year. It was 11% in the previous year. It does tend to stay relatively consistent
That
depending
ratio?
on. It depends on the year, right? So all the things that we approve that are grant funded would increase the revenue side, and anything that is a contribution to reserve, so the wind energy, for example, is a big chunk, or the deed transfer tax, those are contributions or expenditures.
But, I mean, I don't know, am I wrong? Would that mean that our reserves are continuing to build in size?
Currently, yes. Yeah. This doesn't take into account use for capital. This is just the operating fund. So reserve funds spent on capital are also drawing down from reserves, so there's more to it than that.
Yeah.
But
I
those
guess we'll
are
get
2 of
into-
the key
We'll
pieces.
get into that when we talk reserves.
Yeah, because we're spending a lot out of reserves on capital.
Capital budget
projects this
and
year.
our reserve budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll get into a 5-year capital budget and what comes out of some of those reserves as we go
And
through.
will we be able to see the operating we're pulling from reserves at the same time when we're doing that
Yes.
assessment?
Yep, it's all right there in the report.
All right, fine. There's a lot of numbers in here. You gotta-
Indeed.
Forgive me for asking
And they
questions
are
that
all
are in the report.
They are all interconnected, and there's a lot of different pieces, so, yeah, absolutely happy to explain anytime there's questions about anything like that.
I love it.
But yes, these 2 pie charts for revenues and expenditures are just for the operating fund revenues and operating fund expenditures.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, onto the residential property analysis. Because the revenue from our residential property taxes is such a huge component of our revenues, I've given a bit of breakdown of kind of what types of property owners, kind of who are the taxpayers in our municipality. So there are just shy of 10,000 taxable residential properties in the municipality of Chester. Total market value from PVSC for this year is $3.5 billion, up from 3.1 last year. And the total taxable assessed value, because of the cap system, is $2.4 billion, up from $2.2 billion last year. Obviously, the largest component of those 9,847 properties is properties that are eligible for the cap. That is residents of Nova Scotia owning residential properties. I think there's a limit on number of bedrooms or living units, but primarily residential properties for residents of Nova Scotia. Now, when I go through the records and I assess the breakdown of this here. I don't have perfect information from PVSC. I'm using kind of inferred information to categorize. So when I say it's capped, that is a residential property where the assessed taxable value is lower than market and the increase year over year is 2.6% or less. That's not going to be a perfect, but it's a pretty good capture of those capped properties. Those make up just over 75% of total residential properties, 7,427 are capped. The average market value this year for that category of properties is $344,000 and change, which is up 9.6% from last year. However, the taxable value on the average of those is only $207,000, which is up an average of 2.4%. Right? So the maximum of any of these is up 2.6. The average of them is 2.4. The average property in that capped category has a market value assessed at $137,000 above the taxable value, which is a 66% increment above taxable value to market. The next largest category is what I've called here as ineligible, and the way that I've defined that is I've looked at the last 2 years of assessment data, and any property that had market equal to taxable in both 2026 and 2025, I've considered these are likely properties that are not eligible for the cap, as in they are not residents of Nova Scotia, right? They are either seasonal residents or they live somewhere else and they own property here in Chester. That makes up just shy of 17% of total residential property, so 1,668. The average value by PVSC, both market and taxable, because they're the same, is $371,000 and some change there. The next category, the last couple are much smaller, of course, but I've called this one improved in 2025. So this is properties that have a cap that is different from the market. So they are eligible for the cap. However, their taxable value went up by more than 2.6% this year. So that would be things like a vacant piece of land that someone built a house on, or they built an extension on their house, which meant that that portion of the property was no longer capped, and there'd be an increase of their taxable value above 2.6. So that's a total of 399 properties in the municipality, just over 4%. The average market value this year for those properties is it's about $506,000, which is an increase of nearly 35% year over year. Obviously, these are improved properties, that makes sense.
Yep.
And the average taxable value for those properties is $336,000, which is an increase of about 26.5%. On average, these properties are assessed with a market value of just over $169,000 above the taxable value, and that's about a 50% increase over taxable value on average. The next category is 2025 sales. So this is properties where in 2026 market and taxable is equal. There's no cap right now. However, in the previous year there was. So this tells me that there had been a cap. The property sold. The cap has been removed for the 1 year. Some of these may be residents, some of them may not be. But for this year, they had the cap removed, almost certainly due to sales.
Yeah.
That's 339 properties, or 3.5% of total properties, residential. Average market value is $297,000, which is up 21.6 from last year. And the average taxable is the same because they have no cap this year. And then the last one is just 14 new properties. Basically just noise on that. It's 14 properties. You can see that the market value is actually nearly double the taxable value. This is likely because it was just subdivisions of cap eligible properties, and it's a very tiny portion, just 0.1%. On the next page, I've taken those same categories. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Berman.
Thank you, Warden Weber. This is the last chart is a very important one for people to understand, because I get a lot of calls about why our tax assessments have gone up. We don't do the tax assessments. Nope. That's the province, and please, I want that clear. That is the province that does PVSC, right? They were here about 2 months ago, and I believe they made comment that we were a municipality, that these numbers may not be exactly right. 95% of our taxes that are collected come from residential, and about 5% from commercial. That is a very odd ratio compared to most municipalities where it's more balanced, not equal, but balanced. A high percentage of every dollar goes to the province, my understanding of everything we collect. And the fact is, the province has dropped money to us as well as increased money that they're looking for. So the assessment increase is already gone, that we've got the extra money because of the balance of the way the money switches back and forth. And most people don't understand that. And they say, you got so much money, you're in money. Well, that's not the case. That I want to make clear. And I had emails just in the last few days, people that are struggling, people that are concerned about an increase. And I get it, I understand it, and I have to share these 3 or 4 points at this point, that this is important to understand where we're locked, where we're putting money, and what limits we have already on ourselves that most of the general public doesn't understand or has no information on it. So it's important, I think, to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, and we will be diving into some more detail of the different types of expense changes year over year in exactly that category a little later on.
Okay, Tina?
Thank you. So just to, I have something to mention about the CAP program, the CAP properties. But in terms of Councillor Bremner's comments around the 95% and the 5%, when it comes to the provincial municipal indicators, I think that's one of our challenges or one of our negatives, because we have a higher reliance. If I'm getting it wrong, you can correct me, Tim, but a bit of a higher reliance on the residential tax piece and not a healthier balance commercially compared to some municipal units. So when it comes to the municipal indicators, index and so on.
Yeah, and there's pros and cons with that compared to some other municipalities. Some municipalities are very small municipalities who have a single large commercial property, and then that's a different set of risks,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
But yes, we are very heavily towards the residential side for our tax base.
So getting back to just the observation then for me, and I hate to admit when I'm not maybe connecting the dots, but am I correct in saying that that whole conversation that sometimes is coming up to the surface again, I haven't heard about it for a while, which makes me nervous because I think it could still be happening in secret, but the whole idea of removing the CAP program across the province, does that mean that if that program, I know that we're going to adjust our tax rate, I've heard all that story, but if that program is removed, 75.4% would be impacted?
To varying degrees,
Yep,
right? So,
yep.
I mean, at a very high level, you can see that overall, the average taxable value is about 45% higher than the average, the average market value is
Yeah.
about 45% higher than the average taxable value. So if theoretically, and again, I haven't heard these discussions as ongoing actively, but it is something that comes up for discussion occasionally.
Absolutely, yeah.
If that were to occur, and we were to make no other changes other than just reallocating our tax rate to collect the same amount of money
Yeah.
from the new base, it would depend on whether your property had a difference of more or less than 45%,
To the
right?
market, to
So
the
people who've
market,
owned
yeah.
their properties for a long time and there's a difference of 80 or 90%, like huge difference, they would see an increase.
Yeah.
People who bought their home 2 years ago and maybe have a 10 or 15%
That's right.
increment would actually see a reduction in their
They'd
taxes.
see a reduction.
Because under the CAP program, those people are paying a higher portion
Yeah.
because of that cap.
Yeah, you know, and I'm just gathering information and arming myself with knowledge, you know, and I'm familiar with probably those that have owned their homes for 80 years and want to stay there, and those that are new. So that, talking hardship and talking taxes, but again, that's for another day, but yeah.
Yeah, and those conversations, I do hear them, but it's more so like in the community casual. I don't hear anything official about any of that stuff happening. And if it were to happen, there are other ways that we could alleviate the burden of people who maybe have an inappropriate or a higher tax burden than they can afford in their senior years. There's other mechanisms that we could have. That's all very theoretical at this point, in my mind.
They've been talking about removing it for so long, I gave up on it. Councillor Bremer.
Thank you, Warden Weber. I just have to say this, we got to remember that we have a growth strategy plan. People want taxes cut, but we need to have people come in to do things. We have to have a very strong understanding of what we get staff to do and how they do it and the time they spend on it, and then we have to make sure that we that we keep a balance here, but don't die on one end and not have enough balance to make it work, because loading it up on the residents is becoming more difficult and more difficult and more difficult.
No,
Thank you.
well, that'll be another big piece of our budget, is the amount of money we're spending on infrastructure to promote growth, you know. And if you don't spend it, you can't accommodate it, so.
The next slide is that same breakdown of categorizations of residential properties, but looking more focused at the tax impact against those types of properties. Because it's one thing to talk about an average tax bill, but really, it makes sense, I think, to break it down into these different categories to say like, what portion of people are paying what amount, right? So the capped properties in 2025, and this is just the residential general rate that I'm looking at. There's no area rates applied, the solid waste collection rate, none of that, just the residential property tax. So those capped properties, the 75% of residential properties, paid an average tax bill in 2025 of $1,388. And if rates were to remain the same year over year, that would go to $1,421 for an increase of $33 on an average property for an annual tax bill, just based on assessed changes. And then I've included the impact of a 1 cent increase on the general rate to that category.
$20.
That would be just over almost $21 annually for a 1 cent increase to the average property within that capped category. That ineligible category, the ones of basically likely non-residents, last year paid an average bill of $2,259. That would go up this year by $288 to $2,547, with rates being the same. And a 1 cent increase would impact the average ineligible property by $37.18 per year. The improved properties in 2025 paid an average bill last year of $1,822, and this year, if rates remain flat, would be $2,306 for an increase of $484. Obviously, those are the improved properties, so it makes sense that their bill would go up. The impact of a 1 cent change on those properties is $33.66 annually. And then the 2025 sales, again, this was just a handful of properties, went from 1131 to would go to 2037 this year for a change of 906. So the impact of that cap coming off. And an impact of a 1 cent change to those properties would be about $29.73. And then the new properties, it's 14 properties with $2 impact. I'm not really going to go through that. All right. So now we get into the tax-supported budget reconciliation. So this is really focused on changes year over year that go into impacting that tax-supported funding. So start with the revenue side of things. The 25-26 budgeted net tax revenue, and so net tax revenue in this context is all taxes and grants in lieu of taxes, less the amounts that we allocate directly to reserves. So that would be, for example, the wind farm developers tax, as well as the deed transfer tax have some automatic allocations. The amount budgeted last year was $18,344,000. Changes to that revenue for this year start at an additional $500,000 from the deed transfer tax to be allocated to the infrastructure development reserve to help fund all these huge infrastructure projects that we have going forward. That is making kind of that final step from, it started at a 50% allocation when it was first implemented. It's been stepped up to 75%, and then going forward, we're proposing 100% allocation of that deed transfer tax to the infrastructure development fund. So that's a change of $500,000 this year. And then just that increase in assessed values that we kind of covered the details of previously, that's about $1.25 million there of increased tax revenue from the overall average residential increase of 8.1% and the commercial increase of just 0.5%. So that has a net revenue change of just under $750,000, which means without changing any rates, and with those changes that we talked about there, it would bring available tax revenue up to $19,094,000 and change. Then down into the expenditure side. So starting from that same net tax supported expenditures, because obviously revenue and expenditures were budgeted to be equal to offset last year. And then I've categorized 3 different sort of categories of changes to expenditure. And then the following 2 slides show more detail on these items. So the baseline budget changes, that's a $707,507. Non-discretionary, $518,759. And then there's some discretionary budget changes for $400,700. So for a net tax supported change in expenditures of an increase of just over $1.6 million, bringing total proposed tax supported expenditures to $19,971,819, which is a deficit of $877,305, over the revenues that we talked about without changing rates. If that entire gap were to be closed through a change in,
877,000.
what did I say, dollars?
Yes.
Yeah, thousand, thank you for clarifying. That is a,
I just
that is
want
a-
to be sure
That is
about
a critical difference, yes.
Yeah.
$877 would have been a lot easier to find, yeah. Yeah,
So I'll give you the
877,305. If that entire gap were to be closed with just a change to the commercial and residential tax rates, it would be 3.4 cents on those general rates.
Yeah.
The details of those three categories of expenditure change, I've started with the baseline changes. So this is essentially the changes to budget based on just continuing service as previously established. And I've listed these kind of in order of their impact. So employee compensation has increased, tax-supported employee compensation has increased by $320,000. Snow removal costs are budgeted to go up by $211,000. That is primarily due to the addition of new sidewalks that require clearing.
Yeah.
Capital from revenue, this is an item that's been in the budget for a while, and now it's in this year's capital budget. There's $100,000 for the traffic calming work to be funded from operating. Tax-supported roads operating expenses have increased $84,000, primarily due to sidewalk repairs and maintenance, maintenance of that new sidewalk machine, that kind of thing. The tax-supported fire protection operating expense has gone up by about $51K, mostly, actually more than mostly, due to the $57,000 allocated to the Swiftwater rescue work that's being done.
Yeah.
Software service and maintenance across the organization has gone up $33,647. That's a combination of increasing costs from service providers, as well as increasing the number of software services that we are engaging in our day-to-day work. So for example, the budget software or the eScribe, exactly. Those are the big ones. Insurance costs have budgeted to go up $32,795. Insurance has been increasing rapidly year over year. This year is expected to be no different. Tax-supported public works operating expenses up $25,000. So that's primarily office supplies and equipment to go along with having a new facility that we're running.
Yeah.
21,000 support for council operating expenses net, primarily due to conferences. This year's conference for FCM is in Edmonton, and there's a higher contingent of people going, so the budget has gone up for that. I should note that this amount excludes grants. Those are reported separately, so this is council OpEx excluding grants. IT OpEx has gone up $18,000. This is primarily due to a proposed increase to the reserve contribution, just to fund long-term capital needs based on the IT equipment reserve. Other revenue contributions, so this is like all the different smaller line items, interest incomes, intermunicipal fees, permit fees, all those different things. Those revenues are budgeted to be up about $77,000 this year, so actually contributing to offsetting the gains. Similarly, the landfill dividend of 10% of gross landfill revenues is expected to be up about $93,000 this year, as revenues are expected to be up for the landfill. And then everything else, I didn't, at this point, the changes got so small, I wasn't gonna list them all out individually. The remaining $1.7 million of the tax-supported operating expenditure budget has gone down just shy of $20,000 year over year. Those are the baseline changes.
Oh, Andre, sorry.
Hi there, just wondering about landfill revenues. Apparently we've pegged it at 10% of gross landfill revenues, but in terms of its profitability, I don't understand what the rate, I don't really understand the relationship between our revenue and how much surplus we actually get from the landfill. Because we're obviously not taking it all, we must be leaving some in some sort of reserve.
Yeah, there's a contribution to the solid waste operating reserve that also combined together. Now, that reserve is funded through, it's not just the landfill, so there's the revenue from the landfill, there's the revenue from the solid waste collection and disposal rate, and then there's all the expenses for landfill, recycling, and waste collection.
Right.
The net gain after all that, 10% of the revenues, so the $577,000, just gets left in the operating fund to offset operating impacts. And then whatever the difference is what we're putting into the operating reserve for solid waste. Does that make sense?
So we're taking 10% of revenue off as a tax almost.
Dividend,
To
yeah.
ourselves or whatever, a dividend, that's fine. So it's not, I'm not used to seeing a dividend based on sales. I'm used to seeing it based on profits. So,
Yeah.
I've never seen it done in this way, so, I'd be more inclined to look at the total surplus without, and then assign a percentage to that.
Yeah, so that's one area where actually I mean, over the last few years and continuing, we're doing a lot of internal forecasting. There's been a lot of changes with the landfill recently, with the change in, cost sharing agreement. We've got the new equipment with the shredder that will be aiming to, or that will be achieving a higher compaction rate and therefore more volume or more weight per volume.
More efficient.
We're also seeming consistently coming up with new customer sources for feedstock, so we're increasing our volumes. So as all these changes happen, we're working on updating and continuing to monitor our long-term forecasting. And there are some potential, like for example, when we get into capital, we'll talk about how the landfill stuff is all budgeted to be borrowing. However, as part of the upcoming, update to that forecasting, there's going to be a determination whether, there's a healthy reserve for the operating of the solid waste right now. And there are healthy contributions each year. It's projected to continue growing. And so there's likely a better decision than just borrowing all our money and sinking this to perhaps whether it's upfront paying some money out of the reserve to offset those borrowing costs, to help keep our borrowing costs down, or whether it's to use that reserve to pay borrowing costs. There are more moving parts to consider there, and we definitely have that on our radar of like internal improvements and assessments to do in the near future. Working closely with Scott on a lot of that stuff. But yeah, I could see some changes, perhaps even to tax rates, right? Because if there's, there's impacts with, as the landfill becomes more consistently profitable, there becomes perhaps less of a need to draw from taxes to support those operating. Anyway, there are, yeah, there's a lot more to get through with the landfill stuff. Right now, this is based on just the status quo. As of last year, we went through this whole discussion. We ended up landing on a 10% of gross revenues to be contributed to net operating fund, and that's where we're at for
I
status quo.
appreciate that, and I'm appreciative that we, last year, this council saw fit to do that. I could tell from your body language last year, you weren't really super keen on bumping it up to 10%, but we got there and it worked out okay. I think this council should be looking at, I personally think that the landfill should be a municipal corp and should be spun off our books and independently operated. Off books, that would make more sense to me, and we should be just a customer like everybody else to that corp. I wish we would do that. I wish we would undertake that as this council, and I think it should come to an agenda in the near future. But I'm not really thrilled that we're just doing it just as a dividend on sales, and I want to, before we're done this budget, I want to talk about that more, because it should be more based on the surplus that the revenue, that the landfill generates, as it would be if it were a corp. That's how dividends really work.
Yeah, the increase.
They don't work on sales.
No, that's true. The increase there, I definitely recall wanting to be conservative on that because so many things were changing and I wasn't too sure about,
That's the body language.
With an extra year of insight, it looks like there's certainly more capacity than that for the landfill to fund the.
So we're looking for, obviously, this is the big heartburn that we're having here over the next few weeks, is trying to find either cuts or tax rate based revenue. And we have this beautiful enterprise out there that's finally maybe making a little bit of money, and I'd like to spend a bit more time in this budget discussing that. Obviously we're at the high level summary level, but when we're going to get there, steel yourself, because we're going to be talking about it more.
Yeah, no, we're certainly prepared for those conversations. That's all planned and part of the fun, right?
Yeah, he's well aware of all that. But
All right, on to the next
sorry,
stage.
Tina.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. So it seems so minor when we're talking about the overall discussion today, but I guess we were excited to cut 70,000, right? So that's important. So I just want some clarification around, and I guess I do know this, but forget, what do we have planned for traffic calming for 100,000? What are we planning on there? And that might not be for you, Tim, it might be.
So that's included in the capital budget. I don't think we have specific plans yet. I think that 100,000 is sort of a placeholder for,
And we'll go through capital
Cool.
budget, and
Yeah.
the department heads will come up and do their project by project review as
yeah.
well.
That's just the piece of capital budget that impacts operating, because that's the allocated funding source
ya.
for this one.
Okay, and so also too, with the line where it says tax-supported council OPEX,
Yeah, operating expense.
147.9, and then it lists, I get it excludes grants, so that 147.9 is all conferences?
No, the 147.9 is the entire net budget for council, less grants, and salaries, because salaries are covered up
Council
top.
less grants, okay.
So council salary, like everything is in there.
Salaries.
No,
So-
no, salaries are
Sorry, not,
above.
sorry, not the salaries.
Yeah.
But what you're seeing, yeah, mileage, meals, everything. So
Okay.
what you're seeing there as like, when it says conferences, that's because
Oh, no.
part of that
No, I
is,
get it.
last year, we only budgeted for 3 counselors
Yeah.
with a conscious
That's
decision
okay.
that only 3 went.
Yeah, the
Right.
notes are about the change, not
Yeah.
about the
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
right?
And, you know, if you want to talk about conferences, I think we have one coming up in Halifax in the next year or two, and I think that's when we,
It'll go down again.
That's when
right?
we- yeah.
It
That's
varies,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, depending on where it is, yeah.
Sandwiches are right there.
Okay, well, we gotta get through another page or so,
Thought
and
we'd
then
get
Jim,
through to page 13 and then we'll take it.
Yeah, that seems like a good spot.
yeah.
Okay, so on to page 11, so this is the next category of tax-supported expenditure changes is those non-discretionary increases. So you're very familiar, I'm sure, with the education amount, that's based on uniform assessment. Gone up 4% this year, which is actually a smaller increase than we've been seeing the last couple of years, so that's silver lining, I guess. The RCMP amount is going up by 4.2%. Not consistent with previous years. They've actually given us the number this year. Usually they're far later than budget time. However, as we may discuss later, there is some pending review work that
Changes.
they're doing, and there may be changes mid-year coming through to that. But for now, this is what we've been told to budget for that expense for this year. PVSC, so property valuations, our contribution to them has also gone up 4%. It's based on uniform assessment. And then I've included this Housing Accelerator Fund piece, because last year we had allocated some of that one-time funding, $105,000, to offset the cost of building inspector salaries. That was to meet some of the commitments that we'd made under that program. That funding obviously is one-time, so it's no longer allocated there, so that's kind of outside of our discretion. That's a loss of funding, so an increase in expenses. And then there's these discretionary ones. These are sort of, not maintaining baseline, not mandatory, but things that we've included in the budget as, what we see as contributing towards the strategic vision that council's provided for us. And those items include, so the grants to organizations, you've already had a very robust discussion about those. I'm sure we will continue to discuss as time goes forward.
At 88.2% increase.
Yeah, and this is just the tax-supported piece, so it doesn't include the capital grants.
Yeah.
Or a couple of the other smaller ones, like the economic development grants. But yeah, that change of 260,000 is made up of the addition of those new internal grant streams, those the arts and culture stuff, so it's 67,000. Additional requests from external organizations, whether that's new or whether it's increases, for another 68,700. And then there's last year, we had budgeted for that increase to Church Memorial Park because it kind of came in late, and it was a change from 75 to 200. And so it got budgeted as sort of a one-time increase to be funded from reserve. The budget has been built this year without that reserve allocation. That entire 200,000 is now to be funded from the operating fund.
Sure.
Sorry, so did you just say that the increase that we gave to Church Memorial Park last year from 75 to what the request is now,
To 200,
was it, we agreed to that as a one-time? So that's
I
not a
don't
given.
think, yeah.
I can try to address it. I think this is right, Chad, you can jump in if I'm wrong. So I think what had happened was we had done 50,000 for a long time as a
Yes.
budgeted grant.
Yeah, yeah.
They came with a request, I think, at the last council term at the start of that, and we
75.
increased it to 75 for the 4 years.
Right.
And at the start of this council term, so last year, when they came, they asked for 200. And I think the agreement was that we would do 200, and instead of doing a budgeted grant back to 75, that we would discuss that each year.
Discuss
And
it each
I think
year.
that's what the
Oh.
discussion was.
That's key, that's key.
I
for-
think that's what the discussion was last year, was that for this term, it would be a discussion and a request that they would make year over year. So they've come back this year with the same 200 plus the CPI.
Okay, so, again, we agreed last year that it wasn't a given on our annual budgeted grant chart for 200.
That's my
Okay,
understanding
that's
of
key,
what the
that's key.
discussion was
Because when we're
that.
talking about cutting stuff here, that's key.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I recall the reason, one of the main reasons it was to be funded from reserve was just because of the timing of it all. We'd already built
We had
and
budgeted
and
for it.
balanced the budget, and then there was this extra 125 that went, well, we'll fund it from reserve for this year and then consider going forward. So the budget for this year
Andre.
does not include that reserve funding. It's now entirely from operating.
Okay, Andre?
Can you help me? What is the CSM consulting contingency?
I'd have to ask Aaron to speak to that one.
What is it?
Sorry.
Oh.
No problem. It's just as it sounds, it's just a contingency budget in case we need to use professional services for anything that may come up throughout the year. So it's a carryover, we do it every year.
So we've used them for facilitators, for some of our HR stuff, for investigators, for some of our HR projects. We've used that contingency, I think, for,
Legal services?
yeah, we've used it for some legal stuff. We've used it for, if we have like small consulting work that we need done, that's the budget we use for that.
All right.
Yeah.
I remember a presentation about the hemlock woolly adelgid or whatever that little bug was that eats.
Yep.
It eats hemlock trees. I guess, I don't know why we need to spend the $40,000. I guess it's to protect some of our parkland trees, but, you know, there's a lot of trees out there that aren't in our parks that would be dinner for these little bugs.
I think
So,
when Chad does his section, we're gonna go through department by department with some more line item details. So when he does that, you'll have a chance to have some
well, I
of that
certainly would be
discussion.
open to cutting that as well as the EDI consultant's policy review.
Well, when we get to that stage.
Yeah, I mean, I
can't
guess, so we already talked about a few of these, but the last few items there on the discretionary increases, so the HWA inoculation, so that's inoculating the hemlock trees. Chad will get into that a little more, for 40,000. The MODC EDI consultants policy review, that's not the regional stuff, but our own internal. Some communications consulting, as well as that consulting contingency that we just spoke about, as well as $20,000 for a dry hydrant program within fire protection. And those are those discretionary increases.
And that's where we're taking the break?
Nope,
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Brenner, one more slide.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Warden Weber. Tim, the dry hydrant program, can you just, do you have a recall when the last time we spent any money on that?
I don't think we have.
So we
yeah.
just keep carrying it over and carrying it over and carrying it over.
And there's been discussions at FAC around that, but we have not spent
So if they're not using it, that's another money we're carrying there that,
discussion, yeah.
Yeah.
that's where I'm going with this, because till they bring something forward that's accurate, and we're just carrying money that says, here's a slush fund for you to play with if you want it. Yeah, and I think that's the way I'd look at that one. Thank you.
Well, if we aren't using it, we could make that decision now or provide direction
We
now.
can provide direction now, or we can wait until Aaron gets
So,
here.
sorry, I'm just making a quick list of the items we're talking about, so that at least at some point before we're done here, we
Okay.
could do the similar to what we did around the
Okay.
grants and get
Good
motions
enough.
for each of these.
Yep,
Just so that we capture all the changes, because I don't want to take
No.
head nods and then
Yeah.
include a
This
bunch of
is
stuff
kind
that not everybody
that's
agrees to,
right.
you know?
yeah.
This was intended to be the high level overview stuff, and then when we get into
Yeah.
we'll get into the item by item stuff. Yeah.
Yep. And then, yeah, just one or two more slides, I think, before we can make sure everybody has a break. The next one is around salary and wage. This is a similar reconciliation that I've provided the last couple of years, just to give a breakdown of all our salary and wage costs. We're back, so the last few slides we were talking about tax supported. This is everything, so it includes all the self-supported groups as well. About 25% of our wages are covered through self-supported areas like sewer, landfill, et cetera. Overall salary, wage, benefits for this year budgeted at $8,356,064. Just over $300,000 of that is council's remuneration and benefits. Another $147,000 for committees and casual wages. Staff salary and wages make up just under $6.5 million, $6,457,000 and change. Overtime is about $186,000 of that. Employee benefits is $1.528 million of that. And there's a 3% vacancy allowance. That's just to allow for, the understanding that not all positions are going to be 100% filled throughout the entire year. And then there's a breakdown of that $6,457,000 below by department and by category, changes from year over year. You can see, so broken down by 25-26 budget for each department. Growth positions proposed in this year, not quite as many as last year. We're proposing a single growth position of a new wastewater operator in training position. This is not tax supported. It would be funded through the sewer reserve, and it's something I think Fred will talk about more when he's doing his department discussion. There's one other change in Public Works. So one of those growth positions, it wasn't even a growth position last year, it was a changed position, the engineer in training. We're proposing upgrading that to a full engineer position, I think due to some difficulties in recruitment and just assessment of needs. So those are the real changes that we're looking at this year. Everything else is either through natural step increases as people do their annual performance reviews, or the cost of living increase that council considered and approved back a few weeks ago. Other is turnover, if somebody retires and we hire somebody at a lower rate, or if somebody moves positions, or the annualization of some of the growth positions that were approved last year. So if we approved a position that we budgeted for hiring midway through the year, the incremental increase has been included in this other. And that's the breakdown. I thought it was pretty interesting that 4 of our 5 departments have a salary budget of $1.1 something million. And then the next slide covers the grants budget. So I know you've already had a really robust discussion there. I don't know if anybody wants to dive into that. Again, none of this is fresh information. It's all exactly the same stuff you've seen already today.
We're done with that piece for now until we decide what we're doing. We're going for,
When do we get to decide that?
once we get into the budget and departments, I guess. Well, I don't know.
At some point, we're gonna start throwing chairs around the room. So,
I would propose we don't do that. I'm not allowed to make a motion though, so I won't. And then, so next section of the budget presentation here is really getting into the operating.
Well, we can do it, but we gotta go for lunch.
So I would propose that before anybody gets too hangry, we take a break.
Yeah.
And we can dive into the detailed operating sections and capital after.
So we are adjourning for lunch. I'll call the meeting back to order. Okay, Tim, where are we?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. All right, welcome back.
Yeah, right.
One thing I've been notified that I made an error in my presentation on that salary reconciliation slide. The growth position is not an operator in training, it's a wastewater supervisor. The numbers are right, I just wrote the wrong title in there.
Okay.
Still an operator, just.
An operator, but to supervise the operators as well, so, just one clarification there. Okay, so.
We're on that grants piece.
Do we want to talk about grants some more, or are we, or do we want to move on to the operating?
When do we decide?
Well, it's either today or
Well,
else.
so, we've already had the motion to remove the district grants from there,
Yeah.
right? I guess at any time between now and the end of when we get through the budget presentation, whether it's today or at a follow-up
Chester
meeting.
Brass Band, yes or no? No.
So definitely for any of these things I would like to see a motion so that we know the majority of council, it's not just kind of casual direction.
They can apply for an operating grant, remember?
All of them can, Andre, they all can.
But they're asking for a budget grant of $15,000. Are we gonna do it, yes or no? My vote is no.
Well, I think they're as eligible as anybody else, but if we don't want to increase it too much, if we gave them $5,000, it'd be better than what they got now.
You know what, on what real reason, except that we hold the decision-making power and we can be willy-nilly and whatever flavor tea we're drinking at the moment and things like that. All of those organizations are eligible to apply for, none of them are different than the other ones. None of them. I was happy to learn 25 minutes ago that Church Memorial Park is actually not 204, 200. It's actually 75,000. Is that correct? Right? We agreed last year to increase it for 1 year.
So my understanding is that at the beginning of each council term,
Yes.
there's an agreement on what will happen for the next 4 years.
Yep.
At the beginning of this council term, it was agreed that it would be $200,000 for
Okay.
that first year, and then there would be discussion on
Okay.
next year's.
Right.
What they've asked for this year is $200,000 plus CPI.
That's where we're at. So we're in the discussion from last year, which was, we increased it to 200 from 75. So that's part of the discussion right now, which is a breath of fresh air because we're trying to cut. We're trying to cut. And when I hear the numbers of people that go into that facility, again, only for minor hockey, I know there's other things that go on there, like fundraising beer garden for an event and things like that, like a lot of, things like that. So that's on the table for me. If we're gonna cut others and treat them fairly, that's on the table for me. And Chad will need to know, when he responds to these individuals, why this deciding group here cut or didn't cut or gave them what they were looking for. Is it because their budget, percentage request is smaller to their total budget? Like, maybe we can think about that, I don't know. You gotta, we all had the papers. We all know what their total budgets are. We know their impact, we know their numbers.
Oh, sure, Sharon.
Thank you.
I can't
I
remember
won't
who's
comment on
first.
the others right now, but as far as Church Memorial Park, they need that money. They have no other sources of funding other than grants and fundraising. That board is not a fundraising committee. They're there to run the rink. They need that for operating. I don't know what's going to happen if, they wouldn't get that. They quite frankly might have to close. I don't know.
You know what, we heard that from a presentation.
There's always that, but I just, very concerned about that because it does service the entire municipality. In fact, there's more participants that live outside of the village core that use the rink than within. I know that for a fact from the people that use it. So I see that as a municipal-wide facility, and I would be very disappointed if the funding got cut. The cost of living, that's one thing, but, to not say that they're not going to get the 200,000, it's tough for me.
Andre?
We can't and we'll never be able to create a set of policy or rules that will be able to somehow, to use words that have been spoken, fairly put into boxes every application so that we can distribute funds without using our personal judgments on which ones have more merit than another. And because of that human element, there's always going to be disagreement amongst us all. No, I shouldn't say always. Sometimes we may all agree, I suppose, but the opportunity for disagreement will always exist. And so it's not appropriate or fair to say, you know, how is it fair that this one versus this one? They are different groups. They are different groups. They offer different services. They do different things. And that's why it comes to us as a decision-making body to decide, using our discretion, which ones provide the best value. So if a group comes and they say, we want 15,000, and you think there are other groups based on, you know, municipal-wide merit that do more or less or whatever for the amount of money, we may give more or the whole thing or less or none. That's a decision we have to make. So I just completely and fundamentally reject the idea that somebody so-called qualifies to put an application and then somehow we are then bound to give them what they ask. That, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. That's the whole reason why it comes here, is for us to make some sort of decision, and we have to make decisions. And just giving everybody what they want every time they come is the lack of making decisions, and it's cowardly, frankly. And when we're confronted with a deficit situation that we're in now, and we have to try to bring us either increase the tax rate or cut to bring it to balance, we have to make the decision. And so if we decide that every time a group comes, if they so-called qualify, whatever that means, then we're gonna give them what they want, then we're gonna have to somehow then on the other end explain why it is to the taxpayer, why it is that we have to increase taxes. And I think looking at the merit, the Chester Brass Band, the value they give, they can still go for the operating grant, like many other groups that do similar types of work with similar amount of outreach. I think that's appropriate. Giving them a line item grant where the expectation is that once you're there, it's sort of like gonna roll on unless there's some big change. I don't wanna put them there. I don't think it's appropriate for that group. I wanna see what they're doing. I wanna measure their impact annually. That's why for me, it's a no for the budgeted grant. I think that they should apply. We've extended the deadline. They can get a small grant there. To me, that's appropriate for that group. I'm sorry if your band members are listening. We have limited funds. We can only do so much.
Why don't we leave all of the existing budgeted grants at exactly the same, no increases?
Yes.
I mean, whatever.
Decisions we make.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we have to decide what to do with the two new requests, which is Chester Brass Band and New Ross Family Resource Center. And, you know, I think the New Ross Family Resource Center, and this is only my opinion, they're in a very difficult spot at the moment. They just lost $170,000. Chester Brass Band did not. So I want to support them, but like $5,000 would make me happy. Okay, Tom?
And I'm torn because this is
I
huge,
know
but
it's-
I would go for 5,000 and leave the rest as they were,
Yeah.
for the fact that we are in a crunch, and we know that.
Yeah.
And we have, you know, just to remind people, I think 3 years ago, we dropped the tax rate.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, we held it the same. Everybody I'm listening to, I've just read an article at lunchtime, Kenfill's had, you know, budget issues and dealing with it, Halifax, huge increases. So I think we're caught in it. We have to make those very tough decisions and stand behind it. Thank you.
It's the world we live in. Yeah. So if we give them 5,000 instead of 15, and we leave everybody else where they were. Okay, well, who's next? Tina.
So I just want to, I remember when the Chester Brass Band came in, and I just called up their budget. I'm sure everyone doesn't have to look at it like me, because you're all on top of this. But But when you see the brass, so let's call up the Chester Brass Band budget screen, if we can. We all have it in our packages, but maybe it's easier for some to put it on the large screen, I don't know. Is that okay? Sorry. What
Somebody can
page is
do
it?
it, I
It's
can't.
page 99, is it? Page 99? Page 99, yeah.
I don't have the same page numbers.
Okay, sorry.
Just give me one
Yeah.
moment.
Oh, no, thank you.
So the PDF down on the bottom?
Oh, there it is, I just closed it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you, Emily, very, very much. We all probably have it in front of us anyway on our iPad. There we go, yeah, just down a little bit further. So I think what we talked about there was that day, we were all here. I think we were all here. The total budget is 68,442.63, something like that. And then we talked about the honorarium and the payment to volunteers, which normally doesn't happen in my world of volunteering, being paid for traveling, 43,664, and then it's maybe provided back, I don't know how it works. But when we take a look at that budget and their expenses, and their, just everything about it, I guess we should talk about what makes sense for a donation, for a grant. Again, in the audit, in the annual budgeted grant criteria, it references the budget, and again, are people asking for 90% of their budget, 5%? What are they doing? What are they doing? What's the impact that they're having? So I just wanted to bring that up as part of our discussion and deep thinking, and hopefully we are, for that application. And then, of course, on another page, we would see the budget, which I don't think we can even look at, what the Family Resource Center is asking of $175,000 loss, right? So it's not even there. It's not even in the same game. So, and I'm going to use Councillor Church's exact wording when she referenced, and I agree, Church Memorial Park is municipal wide, absolutely.
Needs to be supported.
Yep, we need to support them. And it would be, you didn't use the word detrimental, but I'll say it, detrimental to cut that from, back to 75. So when she was talking, I actually thought she was talking about the Family Resource Center, because we were talking a loss of 175 and what that means in terms of not just the community of New Ross, but those that do travel into the community to take part in the art programs and the painting programs and the food prep programs and things like that that are very important. So yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around others that have demonstrated need, and yet we heard the same words today from a group. So yeah, just putting it out there.
Yeah, well, in Church Memorial Park, I was only talking about not going up to 204 to 220, just leaving it at 200. I was not talking about the grant for the roof that they came in for this morning. Sharon?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
okay. Well, that's all I was saying. I'm just, the grant for the roof is a whole other matter. That's another grant request. But the question. Well, I mean, what I was suggesting is that we just leave everybody at where they were last year, the ones that we already have approved. Leave Chester Brass Band at 5,000 instead of 15, based on we're in a tougher place and their expenditures aren't as great with their, Yeah. And the New Ross Family Resort Center, I actually support, but that's only me.
Why are we funding 20% of the brass band's budget?
I'm good with them applying for a operating
Regular grant?
a regular grant. I think that we can't, every time we add to the budgeted grant line, this is the situation we're in. We're in a financial situation where we can't afford to keep doing that. So I would agree for them applying for a grant.
Can we live with that? Okay. So we take them out of that and they just apply.
Okay,
That's the direction we're giving you.
that's the Chester Brass Band?
Yes, now it's the New Ross Family Resort Center. We need to make a decision. Well, I know they do, yeah. So we're leaving that as it is.
Does the daycare part of it not receive funding through the province? So it's just it's all the supplemental programming. Am I right?
I believe the $20,000 was identified for heat, light.
It will work.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
don't know if the daycare gets a grant or if they don't.
They're running.
But they don't pay rent, but they're talking about making them pay rent too, so, well, I mean, I don't want to get too much involved.
Yeah, so the Family Resource Center and the daycare are separate organizations, and currently the daycare does not pay any rent to be in the New Ross Family Resource Center building, so they really are two completely separate organizations and budgets. So some of the thought that was mentioned this morning is that they may try to see if there's an opportunity to collect some rent from the daycare, but I guess that's an unknown at this point in time. So, yeah.
That's an internal thing.
Yeah, and I, sorry.
You're on.
Okay. Again, Diane is available for a phone call if we have questions and we drill down to that. Again, typically we have people here that, if they could speak to something, but I haven't seen the daycare budget for a couple of years. The last time I saw it was probably with a district council grant for raincoats and outdoor buddy gear, so the kids could, the littles could get outside in all weather. So I haven't seen that, but I can only imagine that they're as tight as any daycare when it comes to what they spend their money on.
But we don't give grants to daycares.
No, we don't. But we're talking about whether we can squeeze some money out of the daycare for rent. We being the Family Resource Center. I'm not part of that group. I'm just saying we, in a funny way. But I guess that's no different than other facilities that operate in a community.
Do they charge rent?
Yeah, do
Don't
they charge rent? Like, I don't know what the curling club pays Church Memorial Park for rent. Like, I don't know. I don't know any of that. I don't know if it's fair for that use within that facility. I don't know. I haven't drilled down on all that. Like, what do they pay for rent in that facility, and what have they paid for 100 years, right? Just saying. I'm only using them as an example because that's an easy example to use, right? Community Wheels forever was at Swap or Bonnie, that facility. No rent, I don't think, right? For years, up until this year. I get it. I get it. They're paying rent now. But up until then, they weren't paying rent. And they came in here for a grant, which I fully supported. So again, we can go around the block on a lot of these. Yep.
Well, I think that where we've settled is that Chester Brass Band's out, they apply for a regular grant. We leave all the rest at the amounts they were given last year, and we're just down to the New Ross Family Resource Center and whether we're gonna give them the 20,000. And Andre, you're the one who's supposed to speak next.
Thank you. Yesterday, I went to a daycare on the Hammonds Plains Road. That is a not-for-profit daycare. And their sewer is exploding, and they have to fix it. They are the not-for-profit that has to fix that. So most daycares, I believe, that are not-for-profit, like this one, I believe, would be required to deal with their cost of housing their daycare. We say we don't give money to daycares. We most certainly have been giving money to this daycare because we've been providing a facility for them through the New Ross Family Resources Center for free for years. Make no mistake, we've been giving to that daycare. And this idea that they should be charging some sort of rent to a not-for-profit organization that provides and gets income from the province is not a novel idea. In fact, that's where they should have went first, rather than coming to us for a budgeted line item. That's my position. Because that's not being punitive or being harsh or anything. That's putting them on equal footing with pretty much every other not-for-profit daycare that exists right now. I know firsthand.
Hey, Tina?
Thank you. So, depending on where we land this year, going forward, and not knowing the future of the New Ross Family Resource Center, if they are able to come back up to the healthy surface, I will be encouraging them to come in for a budgeted grant, if we still keep the same program. But I think we're gonna look at those guidelines. We have to. We have to. But they would be eligible, no different than any of those other ones, for a
Absolutely.
bigger amount, right, Alan? Did you just, I think you just said absolutely, right?
Yeah.
Right now, the way it is.
Well, we still haven't decided not to give it to
I
them.
know, exactly, right? So, you know, I get it, because it's the unfamiliarity of the resource center and the programs that they do there. I get that. I get it. When you're not familiar with something, like I'm not familiar with some of the others, of course. But yeah, no, you're right. So that's why, Tim, I respect the fact that we do have to have a motion, and I don't know if we can have a motion until we're clear on the amounts that we're gonna give each of these, and we might have to separate some out. I don't know what we're gonna do, but.
Well, I think we are clear. In a general sense,
Yeah.
we've agreed to leave them as they were, those that were already there.
Yeah.
Just don't increase them, just leave them as they
Don't
were.
increase, okay, yeah.
We've agreed to take the Chester Brass Band out and let them apply for a regular grant.
Uh-huh.
The only decision we still have to make is whether or not we're gonna give the New Ross Family Resource Center a $20,000 grant or
That's it,
not.
okay.
Andre? No, yeah, I think you're. Councillor
Um,
Coolin, okay. I
I'm gonna
can't
change
keep-
gears for a minute. So my understanding is that Church Memorial Park will get the granted amount that requested, but will they be still staying in the annual budgeted grant, or will it go back down to 75,000? Mike, because that was the directive.
The
Is
annual
it-
budgeted grant for Church Park last year was 200?
We agreed for a year.
For
yes.
what, yeah, but that was conditional, so
Yeah,
will it
Previous
go?
years it was
75, so
Oh.
I understand that the request is, or suggestion, that we keep everyone where they are with taking out the Chester Brass Band, but will Church Memorial Park next year, in the annual budget grant, will have 200,000, or will they go down to the 75 in which they were intended?
Well, unless somebody tells me different, what we agreed was to give people, annual budget grants. Were they in there last year?
They received 200 for their annual grant last year. That was the 125 increase over the 75,000.
Which was the line.
So it would be 200, and the same as it was last year.
That's not how I hear it. Okay.
Well, that's what they received last year.
So what I've
Unless
heard so far for sure, there was a motion earlier about the district grants. That was passed by
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah.
There appeared to be full consensus on removing the Chester Brass Band application.
Yes.
And then we're in discussion right now for the increase requests.
And we agreed we're not increasing them from last year, they're remaining the same.
That's one that I've heard the discussion. I haven't necessarily seen that across everyone yet. Like, there wasn't a motion or anybody. I know
No, we
we've talked
haven't made
about
a
it.
motion yet, but I think that there was,
I'm fine with the 200 as before last year. I understand that cripple. We don't.
yeah. So, yeah, I think that whatever we had in there last year, we're leaving as is.
So then that would be, so the 200 for Church Memorial Park, not taking away the 4,200 extra.
Yes,
11,500 for Community Wheels, so not the 15 that they
That's
requested.
correct.
That's another 3,500. And then the $20,000 increase for the Playhouse to bring that back down to the 25.
that's correct.
Is that what
Same
everyone
as it was
understands?
last year, yeah.
Okay,
That's our general. And what we still have to decide is, are we adding the New Ross Family Resource Center for $20,000? Who's up? Who's first? Andre was first?
My position is that New Ross Family Resource Center should apply for an operating grant, and that if they want to raise funds, they should look at applying rent to the daycare operation that is within their custody, that, like every other daycare, pays for their own housing costs. I don't know why we've been indirectly subsidizing this daycare for many years. So, you know, that's my position on it. That's where it makes sense to me. We'll see what happens.
Joe, Abdallah?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make some consensus here.
don't say split them out of 50.
And you know, I would,
Don't say it.
listen, the difference in the funds between what they got is a lot of money. But if we're gonna look at these budgeted grants in a further discussion after this budget, we're gonna have to sit down and say, are we gonna do any or are we gonna do none? But for now, I'm willing to agree to 10,000 for the resource center.
And they're on the list, and that's it.
But they may not be on the list, or the art center may not be on the list the next year. If we decide, you know, about our budget discussions, where, grant, excuse me, grant applications and discussions. Anyway, I'm trying to be a Pakistan here to make a compromise with the Iranians and the Americans.
Well, you're dealing with Donald Trump, so I don't know. Good luck with you.
Okay, Don.
Councillor Coolin.
We're picking flowers out of a basket here. I like the pink one, I don't want the blue one. I mean, like, come on, people. I mean, we have to have a consensus here, and we can go around the table all day long. Warden Weber suggested that we leave everybody in as is, excluding the brass band. I mean, let's just make a decision here. Picking on one over another and keeping it doesn't make sense for what's in front of us today. It doesn't mean it's not gonna happen next year, or we can certainly dive into this at another time, right? And dissect it, individualize any way we want, but right now as it stands, there's a presentation in front of us, and we should abide by it.
So where are you with the New Ross,
Leave it as is. I mean, we're leaving everybody else as is.
New Ross Family Resort Center?
Thank you.
You go through what you have so far, yeah?
So this is what I have so far. Card Lake Park, we are 2,000.
Thank God they didn't ask for 20.
11.5 for community wheels, 10,700 for senior safety, 490 for the Development Society, 10,000 for the Trail Society, 200 for Church Memorial Park, 25,000 for the Art Center, 25,000 for the Playhouse. We took out brass band, it sounds like, so 0.
Yeah.
And then the only one we're left with is the Family Resource Center, and we've heard
That's what I'm
0,
trying to
10,
solve.
and 20.
Andre, you're next, I think.
So, okay, the existing list of budgeted grants are operational monies to operate those organizations, and council has argued and debated those, and they ended up on that list knowing that our operational monies are $3,000 that they can apply for. It doesn't meet the requirements of those groups, and we've decided that it makes more sense for them to lie in this area to run operationally. There are many groups that have operational expenses, okay? And they would exceed $3,000, we recognize that. But what we've decided is those groups, those ones that are already we are already on the list, we've already had that debate and decided that those groups should be there. Of course, we're council, we can open that up anytime and have it again. But now what we have is now 2 new applicants that are saying that we have operational expenses and we want to get on that list because it's the only way to get more than $3,000 when we apply. And the question is, what makes this group so special to our municipality as a whole, or so wide-reaching or so important to us that we would want to protect them and make sure they're operational? Are they that special that if we weren't doing it, would we be putting staff time or some other resources into it because it's so important to the services that we deliver to our residents that we want to ensure it continues? And that's why you have budgeted grants. That's why it's there. So you have to look at these groups and say, of all of the groups out there, and there are so many, what is it that makes these 2 so special that we would almost take staff resources or other monies from this municipality to ensure this continuation of service? I think we've decided the brass band probably doesn't fit that model, and we're gonna put it to the side, and if they wanna apply for the 3,000, good. Okay, good. Now we're at the Family Resource Center,
Yep.
Now we have to have some sort of heartfelt discussion. Is this service that this organization has run, part of it is their take care, whatever, and then they do other programming as well. So what is it in there that we would be wanting to continue on if it weren't being funded through this group? And is it worth how much dollars? And do we want it to continue into perpetuity? That's why they go on this list. So that's what we're talking about. We have to make a decision. My opinion is it's not really all that different than any of the other family resource centers. I'm sure Councillor Connors will have a very different opinion of that. I hope you're not going to read all of it. But anyways, that's my opinion, and you know, I just think that it's not. It doesn't fit that criteria. It's not the same as the trails, for example, the New Ross Trail Society, and those are trails that are available to all of us, no different than trails that we have down here. That's why we argued it. And they get the sustainable funding to maintain their trails, because it's the trail system that's available to all of us. It's geographically located where the trail is, so are the other trails. But it's a recreation service we offer to our residents. So that made sense, right? So that's why we funded that, the same as our other trails, because we fund those trails. But this, I don't see a mate somewhere else in the municipality where we can say, oh, yeah, it's similar to other things that just isn't. So anyways, that's my opinion.
Okay, Tina?
Let the
Thank you.
hatred come.
So it's not similar. It's not. New Ross Family Resource Center is similar to no other. And I think, Chad, when you and Alan and I sat down with them a couple weeks ago, you made the reference to the name itself. It's probably not descriptive, right? In the fact of how we all understand family resource centers. You didn't say this, but how we understand the lens we look through when we see family resource center.
They do a lot of other
It's
stuff.
not just what they do, absolutely. So we all received their application. We all see where they linked it to, as they were asked to do, the strategic priorities of our own strategic document. And I know that I don't have to bring the strategic document out for everybody, because we all know it, right? We all know it. So that's what they did. That's what they did. And I'm not, if I have to, get a drink of water and read the entire document, I will, because I don't know if I have to yet or not. But when it comes to our own annual budgeted grant guidelines, you all know it says on there, the overall impact and benefit the organization has on the community, i.e. economically, socially, and culturally. It references that in their application. I don't know that it does it, so I'm actually excited to think that we might open this completely up next year, Abdallah. And we need to, unless this changes, we need to really be able to look at that with all of that. And that's good, that's a good thing. That's maybe where we need to be in the age of this grant program. You know, we've been here 10 years now, doing this. Yeah, so just wanted to mention that to Deputy Warden Vino. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to try to resolve this in some fashion. So can I get a motion to refuse adding the Chester Brass Band?
So moved.
Seconder? Seconded. Discussion? They're still eligible to apply for regular grants. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, we have to make a decision on the New Ross Family Resource Center.
Wait.
So does somebody have a motion they want to make?
I'll make a motion that we give them $10,000.
Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it and then we can discuss.
For a recorded vote on that particular motion.
You're welcome to have one, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
That we do a one-time only grant for that this year, and then we're going to be discussing the budgeted grants, and that we can,
No, this is, well, we're doing the annual budgeted grants, and
Okay.
and like when we discuss it, if they come off the list or somebody else comes on the list.
okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. When I look at this pamphlet, it's a lot more than just a little operation they do. I really think that it's at the far reaches of our community. It means a lot to them. Traveling, I know they do a daycare. I'm not opposed that they shouldn't, I think they should be talking rent for sure. But I think to get them through a crunch, that $170,000, possibly more, was lost.
175.
Yeah, it's only a reasonable request at $20,000 for something we own, we encourage, we support, indirectly, directly, whatever term you want to. So for that reason, I can't support the 10,000. I'd like to see it 20. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
How often does the New Ross Family Resource Center apply for money? When was the last time? We already had that discussion this morning, right? How often?
It's a long time
How
ago.
often do they ask for a penny?
It's the first time in years.
Yeah, I don't believe that they have applied since they were removed from the annual budget list that I can recall.
That says a lot.
Yeah, been a long
Perhaps Dean
time.
remembers another one, I'm not sure.
Okay, Councillor Brino's first.
I'll respond through the chair. Yeah, they haven't, to my knowledge, requested any money since they came off the budgeted grant previously. But now they won't have to ask again either because they're gonna be back on the budgeted grant. I mean, we took them off previously and we had, if you look back in the minutes, I had quite a discussion about how we didn't want daycare supporting operations in our budgeted grant stream. So that's the reason why they came off at that time, I believe. And so they haven't been back. I don't feel like that's good justification to put them back on.
No, other than the daycare's a whole separate issue, or a different organization. Who was it next? Councillor Connors first, okay?
Thank you.
I just want to,
So I don't know if I'd be smart just to not pipe up, but yes, they did apply for a district council grant this past year.
oh, district council
Yeah,
grant.
so they did apply for a grant, it's part of our grant program. So they did, and that was for, I believe, an increase in what they had been facing with financial statement preparation and audit, only because of, and maybe we saw this on the writing on the wall, because growth and opportunities, or whatever the provincial department, they required it of all of such said-like operations. So they did apply for just a district council grant, and I think it was 1,000 of a cost of 5. So they had to scramble to find that additional amount. So I thought I would be lying if I didn't pipe up and say that they did get a district council grant this past year. But, yeah, right, no, they didn't until since they were taken off our line item list of $5,000, when we were treating all of the family resource centers, Chester and Erie Family Resource Center.
Treat them all the same.
Yeah, through the years?
Through the years.
And New Ross. So others would be more familiar with Chester and Erie Family Resource Center and the types of things that they do, similar to this, or not. And also, well, yeah. Okay. for now.
Clarissa?
Thank you. Aren't every one of these budgeted grant requests going to be up for jeopardy next year? When we
When we decide on policy changes, they all.
Policy changes, I mean, so so we apply, so we give the $20,000 to New Ross Center this year, knowing full well that any one of these, or all of these,
Could be off
could be
next year.
negated next year. They could be non-existent.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I guess the wool and the rug was pulled out from underneath them, losing $175,000. Like Councillor Asif had said, there's a big difference between $175,000 to 20 of a request. So I'm for leaving it as is at 20,000.
Okay, well,
This year.
the motion on the floor is to give them 10, so we're gonna have to vote on that before we make any, or whatever. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's defeated. Do we have a motion to give them 20,000? So moved. Do we have a seconder? Seconded. Discussion.
Recorded vote.
Yeah, she wants, that's the way the world works.
If you wanna keep this tax rate.
Yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Without your hand up, you're against. Yeah. Well, without your hand up, you are, yeah. If you don't vote, you're, Canada's just, okay, was there anything else on the grants there that we wanted to discuss? No. No.
You want to open up community wheels?
No, well, we already decided on, we already made the decision that they were getting the same thing they got. Everything else remains the same, yeah. Okay, we're going home. To leave the other ones as they were, yeah. Seconder? This is a motion to just leave the amounts of those that were already on the list as were, not increase them.
Right. Okay.
So moved? I had a mover, did I have a seconder? Yes. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We're going home. There's no point in moving on.
Are you trying to work out new numbers this time, or?
I'm just summarizing the information I'm getting here, so I have my own notes.
Take out the beetle bug money and the
We haven't had
Oh, yeah.
that.
Oh, no, we're just out of the budget discussions. I got we got a couple more, we got an in-camera matter and some other things. Yeah, we're just getting rid of the budget stuff.
We don't know who voted on that last motion. It was too quick. Everybody voted for it.
Everybody voted. Yeah, they all voted for that, to leave it alone, yeah.
Just to summarize what I've got in my notes here from that, district grants for 70 grand have been removed. Chester Brass Band, 15 grand has been removed from the list. And then the increases to Church Memorial Park, Community Wheels, and the Playhouse have also been removed. So that's 4.2K, 3,500, and 20,000. Does that summarize what everybody thought they were saying? Okay, great.
Yep.
If I've done the math right, it takes us down to 703,028 for the total.
Yeah, it's like
instead of
112 something change, yeah. I had that flagged as for discussion, because I know it was mentioned along with the HWA, the EDI, and the contingency
Oh, dry
piece.
hydrants, yeah, I think
But we
we
hadn't-
That's still, that's in the operating, like when we go into the.
But I got the impression that nobody was, we don't spend it, so let's get rid of it.
Can we, because he's gonna run numbers after we get, I don't know if we get there, but, you know, we could take out the beetle bug money and dry hydrants.
I don't know anything about beetle bug money, but I got the impression that we haven't spent the dry hydrant money for,
Get rid of the dry hydrant, for sure. The EDI consultant.
So, yeah,
We
from-
need to come back and.
Well, so from the list on page 11, right, the discretionary increases, so we talked extensively about the grants and we came to some decisions there. There were 5 other items in that list that I think most of them had been flagged for potential reduction, but we hadn't had that officially decided.
no, we're gonna
So
do that
those-
next week.
So it would be really helpful if we could do those now, because that kind of gets us through the pieces that are
Okay.
movable.
Here's the beetle bug money.
That's the HWA inoculation of the hemlock trees for 40 grand.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Moved and seconded, okay, so it's on the table to take it out, but I need somebody to tell me what it is I'm taking out.
Beetle bugs can eat our hemlocks in our parks. And we want to go inoculate the trees, and it's gonna cost $40,000.
Can we talk about the
Let them eat the trees.
Somebody tell me why we're doing it, or what would happen if we don't.
So, we made a presentation to council, it's probably about a year ago now, talking about the HWA and the issue with the hemlock beetle within our municipal properties. We specifically identified our Gold River Park property, where our Gold River Trail is being basically the only property that we have that has a significant stand of hemlock. So that is the only property that we really have a concern about. And so the way to fight HWA and to ensure that all the trees, so there's a very high percentage of trees on that property that are hemlock trees. And so currently we have not identified the bug on our trees, but they are all around us and it's just a matter of time. And so as a way to preventatively plan for that is that the way to deal with that is through an inoculation program to try and reduce the impact of those bugs on the trees in that particular park. So from that point, we've been working with our kind of partners in the county, and so that is the preliminary budget number that we've come up with for us to treat the trees on that property. So is there an opportunity not to do that program? Absolutely, you can. The risk that we run is each year that we do not do that, the chances of losing those trees within the park increases obviously over time. So it's up to council to decide what you want to do. I guess the ramifications if we were to not inoculate the trees at all ever. At some point in time, the bug will come and it will destroy those trees, and then we'll have to deal with the aftermath of that. So when, for example,
we'll have to go cut them all down, clear it all out. and
We
that'll
would have to
cost
do
us
that
more.
at some point in time in the future. So the thought was that this would be, save us money in the long term if we have to deal with falling trees into the future.
And this is going to be a partnership.
Correct, yeah, so when we did the initial presentation, we looked at options, and so we could do it ourselves, but that would require, staff training and buying equipment and buying the supplies and all of that stuff, which would be probably costly and more resource intensive. The other option is to partner with some of the other municipalities in Lunenburg County and to look at basically contracting that service out to inoculate the trees for this upcoming year.
And that would be done through a nonprofit.
Correct.
So taking this opportunity could potentially decrease our costs because we'd be doing that through a nonprofit in this partnership, whereas if we were to wait and do this, we'd be coming back and having to do
It all ourselves.
all ourselves, get training, get equipment, all of that.
What's the cost? What's the budget item?
It's $40,000 is what we're talking about.
So you have Councillor Connors was first.
Yeah, Councillor Connors.
Thank you. Gold River property? Again?
Correct.
Gold River, great. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's one of our gem properties?
Correct.
Okay, it's one of our gem properties. And it's not the district in the New Ross area?
No.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And also, and I'm in favor of keeping this in the budget. And I cut hemlock for a living. Just want to put that out there too. So, I'm in favor of protecting trees and seeing what we can do to keep our forests, and especially, we're talking Gold River property, we're talking one of our gem properties, we're talking it's beloved, and if we can get in front of something, I think, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Who's next?
Councillor Vino.
Councillor Reno?
There was the emerald ash borer got in the trees of Graves Island, actually, about 20 years ago, I think. A bunch of them fell down and died. Then new trees grew. And, we could allow that to happen too. And, it's okay for trees to die and regrow. It's gonna happen all around us in all the private lands, because I can tell you, I don't think that you're gonna see a lot of private landowners going around inoculating their trees. So, it seems like a good way to throw away $40,000 of taxpayers' money fighting with beetle bugs. So, that's what you guys wanna do, that's fine, but I think it's a waste of money, and I think most people in my district would also think that.
Clarissa?
Just $40,000, is this a yearly thing that had to have to be inoculated? Is it a one-time thing? I don't understand, if you could just verse me on it, that'd be great.
Yeah, that is a great question. So it's not a one-time thing, but it's not an annual thing as well.
It's not annual.
So I believe, and so I am not an expert, I will clarify that as well. But from the discussions that we've had so far, I believe within another maybe between 5 to 10 years,
Okay.
it would have to be done again. If there weren't, so there are other, this is a big issue, and so there are other options that are being explored. So there's another bug that is being introduced that eats the hemlock bug that is being explored as an opportunity to help fight this, and that may come into play at some point in the future. Not sure. So there's a lot of unknowns with that. It's just trying to deal with.
So there's a
current
potential for a bug to eat the bug that's gonna eat the hemlock.
That's right.
No,
Yeah,
and I'm not being
that's
funny, I know
absolutely-
I don't wanna be funny,
Nope,
if that's the path. So if you're talking potentially 5 to 10 years at $40,000, you break that up over 10 years, it is not a lot of money to preserve our trees.
Okay, so what do we want to do, people? We don't have a motion on the floor, do we?
There was a motion to remove it.
Oh, there's a motion to remove it? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. It's removed. Yeah, but there was 4 people, yeah. Okay.
I want to remove it. It's in my-
All in favor of removing it?
It's us three and Paul.
Yeah, that was it.
And if I could just be clear. Sorry.
What?
Just to be clear, you know, I've you know, gone and made some hard decisions already today in my district. Now, I'm expecting the same from other councils around the table. This is in my district. I know it's a gem property, but you have to make some tough decisions, so I think we better start.
Yes.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Okay, so what was the next one? That was the,
So, yeah, we're back on page 11 here, yeah, the green ones, those were the items that kind of had been mentioned as potentially removed.
EDI consultants. We'll remove the EDI consultants, $30,000.
yeah.
Can we tell you, do you want to know what this one is about?
Yeah, because we're trying to avoid hiring a staff person to do this work.
But then we'll put it off for a while.
So this EDI consultant policy review is identified in our local Municipality of Chester EDI action plan that council's approved. This is to help review all of our policies and programs to ensure that they're aligned with best practices with EDI, that we're not unintentionally excluding residents from participating in programs, and also on the HR side, making sure that we're implementing best practices when it comes to hiring and retaining staff as well. So we don't currently have internal capacity to do this work. It requires a level of expertise that we don't have. And earlier this year, we made a decision to shift from the committee model that would provide that advisory capacity to pulling out certain actions that we would bring back to council, where if they require that advisory capacity piece from affected community groups, that we would bring that back, and this is one of those items. So we would look to contract with a consultant that specializes in equity work that would help do this review, and it would be a one-time scope of work, like short-term expertise, just to complete this project work that we cannot do internally.
Okay? So what do we want to do?
Put it off.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We've made significant changes in the EDI system already, and we gotta maintain a certain level of service without question. So I'm not in favor of not doing it, no. Councillor Asif.
Yeah, I just thought didn't we discuss, this is basically what's in our HR policy anyway, or not? We didn't have that discussion? I thought we did. Didn't we?
No.
Maybe we didn't.
Well,
So exactly, tell me exactly what the consultant would do. So give me a scenario of what would happen that we need a consultant.
What's an everyday day in the life? Day in the life.
We
this
would,
consultant.
this is a full scope, so what the idea is, what we put out for consultancy would be to look at all of our policies and programs, so look at our recreational programs, for example. Direct impact on the community, if we have unintentional barriers that are being put up where some people cannot access the programs or participate in the programs, we would ask this expert to identify areas like that we
Isn't that
could
what
put
Ellen does?
changes in. So Ellen's
She's not-
accessibility, yep, and she absolutely does that in accessibility, yes, yeah.
But there's more to it than that.
It would be reviewing internal policies such as human resources as well, procedures, and, yeah, all of our policies that we have, and they would identify and prioritize the ones that would have any unintended impacts that would be excluding certain people from participating or people maybe from leaving employment here at the municipality.
Councillor Vino.
I think that we are contractually part of a regional EDI group that we are funding this year, at least up until October, I think, September. And to me, if we want to continue on our own and do this, undertake this on our own, we can consider that for next year after we've left that group. To me, this is double dipping on the funds that we're committing. And so if we want to do it, let's do it next year after we cease fund. If we decide to leave that group, when we cease funding the regional group, then we can reallocate that money to this then.
What are the staff concerns with putting it up?
I haven't, so the staff concerns are the implementation of the work that we've already taken internal. So this was not work that was being done by the regional, not that you're saying it is, but it's not work that would be done by regional, it's work that our own staff would lead. Yeah, sorry, our own staff would lead. So primarily that would be Jen in this case that would be leading this work, so it's capacity for Jen. But if we're not going to do the work at all and council's okay with putting that work off until next year and seeing this come back at a later date, we could do that. It's timing.
Regional, then,
Yeah.
then we'll have extra money then maybe to consider hiring a consultant at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, Tina?
Thank you. I'm not in favor of removing it. I am on the page where I would like to keep that in for 30,000 this budget year. I'm talking about money, found monies. So we are obligated and committed to the fall.
Yeah.
So therefore, we're talking 4 months or 5 months of found money within this particular budget year itself. And I'm not in favor of putting it off outside of this budget year.
Me. Anybody else have comments? Well, if it's staying in there, then I don't need a motion. If it's coming out, I do need a
I move
motion.
to defer it till next year.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Okay, what was next?
I think we already talked about dry concrete.
Yeah, we
Do you want
took,
a motion or is that done?
I need a motion to take that out.
I'll make a motion. Second.
Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. What else was there?
I think that's good for this list.
Communications consulting and the CSM contingency for consulting. The communications, sorry, turn my mic on. The communications consulting, which is money that's been in the budget this year.
And we didn't get it
continuing
done?
for- No,
Oh.
we're using it. It's some of the money we're using for the growth strategy work, the consultants for that.
Oh, yeah.
And some of that consulting, it also is additional support for Jen in communications, and then CSM consulting contingency is, like we said, there's lots of times where we need small projects done. It might be facilitators.
Yeah, we need to do
and
that,
stuff
so
like
we're leaving it in.
Yep,
Okay, what else?
that was it for that list.
Okay, so now we're going to quit budget talks and move on to, Tom, you wanted to, just general counsel?
Can I just say, so we'll
Oh.
revisit this stuff at a meeting next week.
Yeah.
And in that meeting, we'll go through departmental operating programs.
Yeah.
The full capital investment plan program, as well as reserve discussions, debt servicing, that kind of stuff, and then the all-important rate setting work. So that's what's remaining for us here. But thank you. That's
Apparently, I
good
need a motion to hold a special council meeting on the 14th?
Yep, at 11 a.m.
So moved.
11. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried.
And will be sent invitation.
Yes.
Councilor Brunner.
Oh, Councilor Bremner? Yes, well, he's the one who's got the new
Right.
business,
I
yeah.
just- Thank you, Warden Weber. I just want to bring up some general points. The winter season is coming to an end, and we've had very positive success in our communities with sports teams. Team Stevens was a curling excitement this year. We've had hockey teams, we've had school teams, we've had a number of things happen. We've had 2 sailors from Chester do a world class and I believe win gold. That's very impressive. I want to send them our compliments. Second, I want to thank staff for the winter job they've done, particularly the public works. I've received a few minor complaints. about sidewalks, but it seemed to be much better this year. The landfill has been a very interesting discussion. Waste management has been a very interesting topic the last 2 or 3 weeks. I want to assure the
Oh, the
public.
change in the collection.
That's right. I want to assure the public that I and other councillors are dealing with this through staff. There's been several changes that were dropped on us fairly quickly, and we're dealing with it and doing it well. I want to thank.
They've done a lot more promotion of it.
Right,
than
Emily's
over the
been on
last
top of it. I mean, Emily Key, who's been working very well to get communications to people as I requested, so I really appreciate that. It's very important. I want to also mention the many volunteer groups that have been putting on programs and organizational things for our communities. They do a lot of work. There's a lot of things happening and a lot of excitement. I think since COVID, we had a shift. We hopefully can start getting back to community and doing things and being involved with those kind of things. It's very important. I want to remind folks that I personally have a Facebook page as a counselor that I try to put out as much information on our activities and what's going on in our communities. It's very important. I hear a lot of people say, I don't know what's going on, I don't know where to find it. I find that challenging with all the information we put out, all the websites we have, and all the opportunities. So I encourage anyone that's interested to look around and find it. I myself, as a counselor, over the months of May and June, are going to put on a few public sessions for public to meet with me and chat about their issues and topics, and there'll be further information on that. And I've been getting a lot of calls on the tax rate possibility of an increase, and that our population isn't that big, and that's an issue that we talked about in the growth strategy, to bring a bigger population and provide things. So there's two sides of that story, but if we want to grow, our hamlets have made it clear, in most cases, they want to stay very similar to what they are, but we have a lot of space otherwise to do things. And we really have to benefit on making opportunities work for us to change that 95.5% of residential tax to a bigger number for commercial and some fairness to commercial people without ruining them too. So thank you, Mr. Warden. I want to appreciate the opportunity.
No problem. Tina?
Thank you. Seems like a while since we called our meeting to order. I'm trying to remember now, right? 8:45 a.m. Just wanted to mention the community meeting, the public meeting that did take place earlier in the week, 2 days ago, Tuesday evening, in New Ross, at the Forties Community Center. And I know that staff were there early and stayed late, and councillors were committed to making it, and then one councillor did have another very important function that caused a conflict and not able to make it. So I know that the community is appreciative of the face of council and the minds and ears and listening and so on. I do know that many people took that page of where they could send in comments after the fact, and we've gotten one yesterday, and I know one was being worked on and maybe sent in today. So hopefully we'll continue to receive information, but again, it's part of the process. So Tuesday night was a big thing, and we're going to continue to receive, and also the information that would have been passed in after each presenter. So that was good, because I know not everybody, including myself, really, with some of the moving back and forth of stepping away from the mic and different things, it might have been a little bit unclear. So hopefully that's all going to come through with the minutes that Cassette was able to wonderfully jot down, and then the information shared. So it's a timeout yet, obviously. We're not there yet. So just thank you to everybody involved with that. And again, still moving forward. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so that's it. So we have one relatively short in-camera matter, so a motion to go in camera. Seconder? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's